Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland, a graded stakes Friday at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott Hazelton, Caton Bradar, another warm day as well. I think it's going to get a little bit cooler on the weekend, but fast and firm conditions, rail set back at 0 today, not at the 30 feet that we saw over the last 2 days of this race week.
And with the change of temperatures, you might see a change in styles. I think the best strategy is to just handicap and hope for a neutral surface and then adapt as you go, depending on how the races play out.
Today is College Scholarship Day. In total, $40,000 in college scholarships will be offered and available to full-time college student. Any student who's pre-registered will have an opportunity to win one of 10 $2,000 scholarships provided by the KTA, and students that attend race day today. So if you're coming out or here, you can be entered to win 2 additional $10,000 scholarships. That is presented by Lane's End Farm. So College Scholarship Day, always a fun day, a lot going on today. And if College Scholarship Day, if you come in with an ID, you get 15% off in the gift shop, the best gift shop in all of sport. And it's also Rosé Day at the races. That sounds
wow,
lovely.
now that's quite a nice combination.
Yes.
Makes me want to go back to school and then be able to legally drink.
I think I could go back to school for about a week. That would be about my limit, and then I'd want to be back into adulthood as we sit right now. So College Scholarship Day, 10 races ahead. Featured race, a Grade 3 Sycamore, 1.5 miles, the most wide-open stakes event that we've had so far this meet. No question, in my opinion, of that. We also have a Toyota Super High 5 carryover coming into today yet again. Over $59,000. That's race number 10.
You've got to start to dive in because you're talking about playing with other people's money.
Mm-hmm.
60,000 almost, and it'll definitely go over that today.
That is race number 10, Toyota Super High 5. We'll remind you of that over the course of the day. But looking back at yesterday, another exciting day of racing. Thomas Aquinas for Ian Wilkes and Brian Hernandez able to pull off the win in race number 5.
Well, Ian keeps racking up the victories, but this was an impressive performance. He had to earn it, and a nice ride from Brian Hernandez for the victory. Flavian Pratt had a good run for Shug McGahee with Frontline Warrior. And
good to see Shug here in town with a big crowd in the winner's circle. Little prankster. This might have been the performance of the day. This is a filly that she has to be the Keeneland grad in and amongst Stakes Company next time out or very, very soon for Philip Bauer and Richard Rigney.
Once again, didn't get away from the gate very well. I said yesterday, and I'll say it again, it's almost as if she wins so easily that she wants to make it a little bit harder for herself. And then Irish Aces with the Walsh-Gaffleone combination that has been so powerful for so long. Good-looking victory there.
As far as trainer and jockey standings, Tyler Gaffleone 2 clear above Luis Saez, Johnny Velasquez, Flavian Pratt, he's 3 back, and Joel Rosario sits 4 back. The trainer standings, I mean, looking at the top 10, I know we got the top 5. It's 4 on down to 2. There are 6 trainers with 2 victories, so very, very tightly bunched. Wesley Ward 1 off the pace, along with Ian Wilkes and Chad Brown. Steve Asmussen with 2. Brad Cox, Mark Cassie.
Dallas Stewart.
Philip Bauer. Dallas Stewart, he's run 4. He's won half of those starts. And Rudy Brisset, he's run twice. He's won both. He's batting 1,000 right now at this Keeneland meet, led by that huge effort from Yagiri in the Grade 2 TCA on opening weekend. So the wins are being spread out evenly, especially in the trainer standings.
I think it makes it more interesting from the gambler's perspective as well as the fans' perspective, but it's really fun to see some stables that you don't always see in the winner's circle here enjoying big meets.
It's a warm one for this fall afternoon. To confirm that, here's WKYT.
Looking pretty good again out at the racetrack as our temperatures are going to be very comfortable and dry again as we make our way out to Keeneland today. It will be fantastic once again. Temperatures running in the 70s out there for you, and we'll likely see those numbers looking pretty good with the chances of rain likely increasing as we head into the weekend. You will see a better shot of that happening out there as well. So we appreciate you so much and good luck out at the track.
Yeah, so out in the sun, it's especially warm. Find yourself some shade. The parasols are available for you with those box seats. So
let's just push that rain forecast, though, a little bit farther, just by about 48 hours or so.
Just looking at it, there is some rain expected. I don't believe it's a ton of rain, but it's certainly going to cool things off when it comes to the weekend. So that's the particulars on the weather. As far as full card selections, access these each and every day with the Keeneland Race Day app. It's available on your smart device and tablet as well.
Let's see.
Not a race. We agreed. Oh, race 3. There it is.
Race 3.
Missed that
We've got one. I think that's what makes it such a power team, because we have differing opinions. But yesterday we agreed on a lot. Didn't work out that well.
Maybe I'm just the outlier because Gabby and I find ourselves in the same situation all the time. I'd be interested to see how yours and Gabby's picks align. I might just be out there, and Gabby tells me that from time to time. I come up with these crazy theories from time to time. But again, full card picks, make sure you check them out on the Keeneland Race Day app. It's on your smart device, your phone, or your tablet. On social media, give us a follow at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X. And also download the FanDuel TV Plus app. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV is where you can access FanDuel TV Plus and have access to that live coverage of Keeneland Racing each and every race day, and amongst a lot of on-demand content on FanDuel TV Plus app. Again, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it right now. Our featured event is race number 9. It's the Grade 3 Sycamore Stakes, 1.5 miles. Again, the turf lane is at 0, so the temporary rail is down. Excuse me, this is a wide open race.
Now, that's a change from yesterday and the
Yes.
day before. So keep that in mind, because I thought yesterday and the day before with the rail at 30 feet, speed had a little better situation than with the rail down completely. I think we're talking with a very neutral playing field once again, as we saw over opening weekend. And that's even better. You've got the 12 formulation scratched from this field and the also eligibles. But did not make it much easier, Scott, in my opinion.
No, I have no idea who's going to be the favorite. And maybe it ends up being Boldak because he's a European invader for Godolphin. He's run well. I mean, the one thing you've got to consider when looking at graded stakes races, in my opinion, in Europe, there's a huge drop-off when you get to grade 3s.
Yeah.
It really is. It's not like it is here in the United States. And I know he's run well against grade 3 and grade 2 company. He ran 3rd in the Hampton Court Stakes at Royal Ascot, that grade 3 in a field of 16. He was a winner of a handicap at Deauville back in August. But I just wonder if he came along with Maj, who'll be running in the QE2 Challenge Cup tomorrow.
This is Charlie Appleby with the Godolphin runner, Boldak. And, yeah, but then it's hard to gauge because the European horses don't have to be equal to ours to be competitive.
Fair.
I think horses that come in from grade 3, group 3, grade 2, group 2s move to grade 1s and have shown success all over North America. So that's the rub there. I wonder also if Boldak wants a little bit more given the ground, ideally. But he's run well on a variety of surfaces.
A horse that just always runs well is the 2 Red Knight. There have been points where I've thought, okay, we've seen everything we're going to get from Red Knight, and then he comes with efforts and then goes back and forth. And that's just how this division goes. He's 9 now. There are some stalwarts in this race. Therapist, he's an 8-year-old. Obviously, Channelmaker, the 9-year-old. But Red Knight, this was a good performance in the Grade 1 United Nation. Therapist, who's in this race, was the winner. Catnip, a horse that we felt like was on the rise and still very well maybe for Michael Stidham, ended up finishing 2nd in there. But that was a 1 mile and 3/8. He comes back in the Grade 2 Turf Cup, runs 4th, only beaten 2 lengths at Kentucky Downs. He's going to lay back and make that run. We've seen it work so often on this turf course here at Keeneland. He won this race 3 years ago in 2020. That's how good he's been for that long. He's a 12-time winner. So I think that Red Knight can bounce back today. I like them all. To me, in the turf pick 3, the pick 4, the pick 5, the pick 6, if you can figure out a way to hit the all button, that's the approach in the Sycamore, because every one of these horses has a case to be made. I've got Tawny Port in 2nd. He should open up on this group. Whether he can hold off these battle-tested horses is the question for Tawny Port. This is a horse that not long ago was winning big stakes races across the country, including here at Keeneland Racecourse at the age of 3, winner of the Stone Street Lexington. And then the number 10 horse, my third choice, Red Run for Maker. He turned the corner with the addition of blinkers last time out for Jordan Wyckoff. He's a 2-time winner on grass. He's a youngster, relatively speaking, a colt by Gunrunner. But, again, every one of these horses, for me, you can make a case for in this race.
Well, I'll see your Maker Red Knight and answer with a Maker Therapist, because that's the direction I went. But I do agree with you as far as those horses being pretty equal in terms of ability, and it's just who's going to have the best day on the day. Therapist, again, coming out of Monmouth Park's United Nations, was able to kind of get the perfect setup. It was a decent enough pace for the 1 mile and 3/8. I do think he likes firmer ground. he was kind of very workmanlike about it and beats his stablemate Red Knight there. Now, you go to a 1.5 miles today, you go to a deeper field, and maybe a different pace scenario. But I do think that with Channel Maker, with Tawny Port, with Cellist, I think you're going to see a solid, if not fast pace in here. And maybe not wicked fast, but fast enough for horses that are stalkers or especially the late runners to have a chance. So that's why I definitely like Therapist in here. He could be a tick off of where he was when he was at his absolute best. That still could be good enough to win. I used Bold Act in the second spot. That is the European Invader that we talked about because I wasn't quite sure what to do with him, but I thought he might be favored. I couldn't take a short price in this race, but at the same time, I'm not going to leave him out. He really makes some sense. He's 5 for 11 lifetime. And then Red Knight to round out the top 3. But in terms of playing things, and we'll talk more about this in terms of the multi-race wagers, I agree with you. This is the spread race for me in the Turf Pick 3. This is where I got some extra coverage, and I actually even threw in some horses like Channel Maker, who, just in case, because they're classy. They are proven top-of-the-line stakes horses. So, can he do that again today? I don't know. I'm probably not playing him to win, but I'm going to include him on any of my tickets.
And Mike Maker's got, 4 in this race, and this is his game. These older horses and oftentimes former claimers that he just continues to bring back year after year after year. They don't win every single time, but they pick up checks, they make money, they show up. I'm as excited about this race as any race that we've come across just because of the level playing field that it offers. And 1.5 miles, too.
It's a great betting race.
It is. That's the Grade 3 Sycamore Stakes. For more on it, here's Tom Leach.
Joel Rosario will be aboard Tawny Port. You won on him up at Saratoga at a marathon distance. What impressed you that day?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he did everything really well. The horse tried really hard all the time. And, we look forward for the same for coming up this week.
And then after that, I think to Delaware and ran second. Obviously, he's in good form, but any excuse for his effort that day for not getting home first?
Well, I just, like I said, he tried hard. Sometimes it's hard to win all the time. And, he always go and put his best. So hopefully he do that coming up.
From being aboard him, is he a horse that can be a little versatile? Do you have to be up close, or can he come from out of it if he needs to?
I mean, just depending on the race. I think it's all depending on the speed. And, he can be up close and not too much speed and stuff like that. So just, it's all depending what Christophe have to say too.
Good luck. Safe trip.
Thank you.
Joel Rosario aboard Tawny Port.
We could spend the rest of the show talking about the Sycamore, I promise you that. And we've got, 16 minutes left in the program, but we've got to move on to our key races of the day. Let's go to race number 7 to start that portion of today at Keeneland. $140,000 allowance race, one of these craftily written allowance races that allows so many good horses to come together. This could be a stakes race, graded stakes race in its own right. The number 5 horse, Highest Distinction, is the morning line favorite at 3-1. Boy, has he gotten good in his last year of racing for Willow Lane Stable and Lindsey Schultz. I go in this direction. He's won his last 3, and he's won his last 3 from 7.5 furlongs up to 1 mile and a 16th, and he's doing it the right way, laying off the pace and running on late. And he did so most recently in the Baltimore-Washington International Turf Cup Stakes. This is a Grade 3 where he's going to draw off and win by 3 3/4 of a length. Jairo Rendon is going to retain the mount. Love seeing this when connections stick with a rider that's not necessarily going to be based here at Keeneland during this time of the year, and he's going to power away and win this race. He's a 6-year-old gelding by point of entry. This will be his 22nd start. He's 3 for 6 this year. He didn't have a good year last year, but he was with different trainers. Lindsey Schultz has unlocked something with him, that or he's just gotten good at the age of 6, because he was bouncing around in claiming races, restricted claiming races, and now he's running against some really, really salty horses, and he's going to be the favorite in this race. A Credit is my second choice, comes off of a win. This time last year, he was competing in the Grade 3 Sycamore, part of that pace that day, couldn't hang, but he's gotten back on track in that most recent run at Churchill Downs with the speed that he possesses from the inside, and the firm, fast conditions he'll encounter today just may help him. And then the number 9 horse, Ocean Atlantique, for Mike Maker, a runner that, again, he's very consistent. He's won twice this year. He could sit forward. He might be right off that pace. It's Gaff Leone in the saddle. Got to respect him. It's a very, very good race that we have. And one other side note to this race, I spoke to Robert Medina, who trains Play Action Pass, asked him about taking blinkers off. trying to change things with him and waking him up. And he also told me that they gelded him since that last race, play action passed. So that's another note to race number 7 at Keeneland, a good allowance race.
I went to Ocean Atlantique. I felt like if the race was a mile and a 16th last time around, for that one, he would have been a winner. And you get Tyler Gaffleone right back. You get a horse who can sit close to the pace or sit in kind of a stalking position. I thought he'd be very tough. A lot of respect for Highest Distinction as well. And then on the outside, I thought Gray's Fable was kind of interesting. Coming off a second-place finish at Churchill Downs, he kind of was awkward at the beginning of that race. He is moving up against tougher company for sure, but he also is one that is a little quirky, a little tricky. But if everything falls into place, I think he's good enough, and he's going to be a really big price.
That's our key races 7, and you're going to race 7, I should say. We're going to move on to race number 4, as you'll take us there, Kate. And race number 4, not a big field, but I think another situation where you can make cases for everyone in here, with Elite Forces coming into this race 2 for 2, undefeated in his career.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Elite Forces, I think, is an improving colt. He is 2 for 2. Broke his maiden very convincingly at Ellis and then followed it up with another win at 6.5 furlongs, and now he gets to go back to 3/4 of a mile. Now, look at the pace here. Very fast early, and he actually didn't engage until about the middle part of the race, and I think the reason he did is because he's just that good, and also because he wanted to be on the front at Ellis for the most part. He puts his rival away and gets to being a little distracted at the end, in my opinion. So I'm really happy that we trim back to 3/4 of a mile. I think it will suit him squarely. I think you'll see a more powerful push at the end for him, but a talented horse who is doing everything right. He's going to be a short price. I thought the 4 Fit to Fly was real interesting, very, very fast on the front end, and others could show some speed, but again, I don't think Elite Forces wants to go head-and-head early and cost himself the race in the final strides. The One Frosted Departure is kind of the horse that I've got to throw in, who I think would be a good price moving turf to dirt. It's one of 3 horses in for the $125,000 claiming price. So a little bit more tested, 3 for 16 lifetime, and coming out of Graded Stakes Company. The One Frosted Departure is a must-use in any exotic wagers involving that race.
I've got a guarantee we're going to have the winner in this race, because we have everybody covered in our top 3, because I went 2-5-4. I think Gilcrease, with his last race, if he can replicate that and keep it going, that effort is good enough to beat Elite Forces, who I didn't even put in the top 3. I've got Blue Light. He ran against Giant Mischief, who was thought to be a Derby horse for a bit. They tried to make him a Derby horse, but he cut back, ran a huge race. You got to respect his form. Blue Light sprinting once again here today. I think he can bounce back. He just didn't have much that day. And then the Fit to Fly for Ravelli, coming in from Ohio, very fast horse. So a very, very competitive field, race number 4. Another one that you could easily hit the all button, in my opinion, even with Elite Forces probably going to be around the even money range come post time, I think. I don't know. I think. Those are our key races. Let's get into our clock report for the day. Starting early, race number 2, Augustine Red, worked on the 7th of October, 5 furlongs and 101, 13th best of 49, lots to like, blinkers on, barn 23%, dropping to claim, trader rider combo 21%, and then highest distinction in race number 7,
Good
back on Lasix. That's right.
It's a nice work, a half mile here. Highest last race buyer, and gets to bring his rider with him, the trainer 18%, Lindsay Schultz with turfers. And I do think that moves him up in my estimation as well. Although I did have him in the top 3, I'm going to use him on top a little bit too, I think.
So race 2, the 6, race 7, the 5. Mark those in your program. Clocker picks will tell you about them as well once they're in the post parade, or wrap up the post parade for those particular races. Let's get into our multi-race exotics, and I'll start with the late pick 4. Which does include the Sycamore, and there's the coverage I'm looking for. I could have, if I hit the all button in here, I did the math, it was going to be over $100. So if you want to just do that and buy the race, it's going to cost you, I think it's $25 more in the end for the Sycamore to buy it. Race number 7, using my top 3 selections, the 1, the 5, and the 9, a credit being the second choice, the number 5 horse, highest distinction, who we saw in the clock report. Race number 8, the second leg of this late pick 4, 4, 9, and 11, led by the number 9 horse, Intricate for Brendan Walsh. I think the stretch out and distance will really help the Gunrunner filly. And then cutting some out, but again, spreading in the Sycamore Stakes. And if you do hit the all button, it would be a $108 investment, so $27 more if you hit the all button in race number 9, and then 2 deep in the 10th and final 6 and 10. The idea there to wrap up this pick 4 ticket on a very good Friday card.
Well, turf pick 3 for me was very difficult because of the complexity of the Sycamore and the $3 minimum. So I had to narrow things down a little in race 5, which is a maiden special weight at 1 1/8 miles on the turf. Just using my top 2 selections. The 7 Auden for Bill Mott is my top choice. And then it was a hard choice, but I used the 10 Conversing off a long layoff for Shug McGahee with Flavian Pratt on board. I was tempted to use the 3 Smart Uncle or the 12 Qualified, and there are others that you could consider in the 7th race. We talked about 1 1/16 miles on the turf using Highest Distinction, and my top choice, Ocean Atlantique. And then in the 9th race, Sycamore, this is where I used the logical horses, Red Knight, Bold Act, Therapist, and then I threw in Channel Maker as sort of my insurance there. How am I going to leave out a horse who's a Grade 1 winner and earned over $3.9 million? I'm not going to discriminate just because he's 9 years old. There are others who are 9 years old in this field. This is a wonderful showcase of what horses can do at a ripe old age if in the right hands.
It's a great race, great sequence, great races, I should say, in these multi-race exotics. We'll remind you of them, of course, once we get to our paddock coverage of when exactly they begin. But let's go to the sales grad spotlight for the day, and we go to race number 8, 2-year-old maiden fillies, $100,000 maiden special weight, 1 1/16 miles, short wire finish, or first wire finish, short stretch. The number 4 horse, Genetics. I love the
name.
This
horse.
Glassman
This is a top
Racing.
pick for me. $525,000 Keeneland sales graduate, and huge pedigree.
Daughter of Tappet, out of the Point Given First Stand Points of Grace. She was a Grade 2 winner. This filly's a half-sister to a couple of stakes winners. The mare has produced 5 winners from 6 to race, so big-time pedigree. She was beaten by Alpine Princess, who ran last week in a Grade 1. This is a very good good field, and she's a half-sister to, mentioned the 2 stakes winners. She's a half-sister to the Grade 1 Natalma winner, Victory to Victory.
Yep.
So big pedigree there on Genetics, our sales grad spotlight, $525,000 yearling from last September sale in 2022, not the most recent one, the one that occurred last year. Best angles of the day.
We have the same race, different horses.
That's right, race number 10. Mi 3% on the outside is the morning line favorite at 7-2. In this race, I'm going to play a double going into this race. I'm going to hit the all button in the Sycamore, again, buying that race, and then I'm going to go to the number 6 horse, who's going to be a big horse for me if things work out today here. That's Emerald Express. Ends up finishing 7th in this race for 40. It may look like a terrible effort, but nonetheless, this is a horse. This is going back to the last win, I should say. This is back in May that was able to win for 40. The last 2 races have not been good, but drops in for 20, likes to come from off the pace, was simply outrun on this day. I think the drop down in class is going to be huge. There were some good horses in that 40 claimer at the end of the meet at Churchill Downs on the 29th. So Emerald Express hitting, that ends in race number 10. So singling in the late double, all in the Sycamore to the 6 Emerald Express, and Luis Saez in the saddle was another reason I felt that he's going to be just fine today, this son of Tappet for Luis Ramirez.
Well, I went to the 5 Nepotism as my key horse in here for Steve Asmussen with his son Keith Asmussen riding. Is that not the hunch play to end all hunch plays when you talk about nepotism? But I think this is the best possible way.
I call it love.
It is both. But there's nothing wrong with nepotism, I don't believe. 2 for 2 over the Keeneland surface, and some hard luck trips, including this one at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You can see he left himself a lot of work, just kind of threw his head up in the air, hesitated, and then steadily advances to get within a couple lengths of the leaders before all is said and done. He's going to flatten out just a little bit at the end of this race. But I love the fact that Keith is back on board. He's ridden him through a couple of starts since Steve claimed the horse. Sometimes it takes a little longer to figure out what works best for a recent claim. In this case, a very good effort at $25,000 over at Ellis prior to this start. And I didn't think this was that bad, all things considered. I thought he left himself so much to do that to even wind up in the hunt, coming on again at the end, was admirable. He's going to be my play. The key angle here is to use him on top of some other horses. Maybe I'll throw your horse in as well underneath. But I used the 3 Tiger Dad, who is a class dropper with some early speed. And then I think I might have used the 11. Let's see. The 11 as well underneath in exactas.
So those are our best angles of the day. Once again, here's his long shot pick of the day.
Long shot play on the Friday card comes in the 5th race. It's Auden, number 7. This is a horse racing in the Juddmonte colors, trained by Bill Mott, so really strong connections. The horse took some money first time out at Kentucky Downs, but just had an awful trip. Broke poorly, then tried to move into a hot pace, and then got hung out wide when you wanted to be on the inside. And he was finishing well down the lane. That's what I really liked about the way Auden came out of that race with a strong finish, beat about half the field. I think he really moves forward in this spot. I don't think we'll get the morning line price, but hopefully maybe half of that for Auden in race 5.
Race 5, the 7, Auden, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. A lot happening today. It's College Scholarship Day. It's $40,000 in total being presented by the KTA, as well as our good friends at Lanes End Farm. Those 2 $10,000 scholarships. Make sure you get signed up for those students coming out here for those 2 big opportunities. And it's a big day up in the green room, primarily, one of the premier spots here for horse players. Big contest occurring today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that there will be a lot of activity upstairs throughout the grandstand, and the green room will be intense with that $400 buy-in today, and then the stakes get even higher tomorrow. A lot on the line. This is one of the last chances to try to qualify for either the BCBC or the NHC.
Great to have them all here. Good luck in the contest. Good luck today at Keeneland.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Toyota began a revolution over 20 years ago with this iconic name, the Prius. A revolution that saved 139 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions, leading the way toward carbon neutrality as part of Toyota's Beyond Zero vision. With more electrified choices, including hybrid versions of the best-selling Camry and RAV4, and the new battery electric BZ4X. Toyota is electrified, diversified, and we're always looking to make a positive impact on the planet and society. Toyota, let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5 million, 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5 million, 2, 5 million, 3. On his seat now, 5 million, 3, 4. Go ahead, he's 4 million, 5, 4 million, 4 million, 5. Oh my, 4 million, 4. I got 5 million, 5, 5 million, 6. Ready, 6, all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5 million, 5, and in the back, 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes Pause and Listen to the paddock. Pause and Listen is the all-female ensemble audition from within the University of Kentucky Women's Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing regularly in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. First up, Pause and Listen presents our state song. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ray Forgey, a Keeneland betologist, as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Ray.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. A check of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Track is fast, turf is firm, rail at 0 feet today on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning of the first race. The opener today, first the rolling doubles and pick 3 starts here. Also started the early pick 5. No changes in that first event. But turning to race 2. Second race is start of the early pick 4. In that second race, scratch number 1, Mr. Big Stuff. Scratch the 7, Kobe W. That's in the second race. Scratch number 1, Mr. Big Stuff, and scratch the 7, Kobe W. And there's a jockey change on the 10, Spin the Boulevard, Jareth Loveberry. 10, Spin the Boulevard, the jockey Jareth Loveberry. Third race. Scratch number 1, She's Reckless, and scratch the 4, Sonador. That's in the third race. Scratch number 1, She's Reckless, and scratch the 4, Sonador. Fourth race has no changes at this time. Race 5. Race 5 is the start of the pick 6, no carryover today. It's also where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In that fifth race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Also scratch the 10, Improbable Story. And scratch the 11, Dream Keeper. That's in the sixth race. Scratch 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch 10, Improbable Story. And scratch 11, Dream Keeper. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch number 8, King Vega. Scratch the 13, English Tavern. Also scratch the 15, Portfolio Company, and scratch the 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Scratch number 13, English Tavern. Also scratch number 15, Portfolio Company, and scratch the 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. Please note the 14, Grays Creek will run. 14, Grays Creek draws into the race. Christian Torres will ride the 14. That means there's a jockey change on the 10, Beatbox, and that'll be Joel Rosario. Number 10, Beatbox, the jockey, Joel Rosario. Eighth race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch number 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch number 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch the 16, Lookster. That's in the eighth race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch the 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch the 16, Lookster. Please note, numbers 13 and 14, America's Vow and Four Scene, will run. 13 and 14, America's Vow and Four Scene, both draw into the race. Featured ninth, Grade 3 Sycamore. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch 15, Britain's Kitten. And scratch 16, Beacon Hill. That's the ninth and featured race. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten. And scratch the 16, Beacon Hill. Please note, number 13 will run. Number 13, Shoddy, 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 draws into the race. 10th and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $59,352. Scratch the 1, Jump Master, and scratch the 2, Huey Tack. So in the 10th and final race, scratch number 1, Jump Master, and scratch number 2, Huey Attack. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Caton Bradar.
Happy Friday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from around the world, we've got 10 races in front of us. Warm conditions might see temperatures jump up into the low 80s, fast and firm. Rail set at 0. No temporary rail set up on the turf course today, which the turf racing and all the racing is going to be phenomenal. But our featured event, the Grade 3 Sycamore, take your pick in this 12-horse field. Cases to be made for all 12 runners.
It's an outstanding addition with some seasoned veterans. You've got a bunch of 9-year-olds. If you're 6, you're young in this group.
Bold Act coming in for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby, morning line favorite. Jamie Spencer back stateside to ride this go-around for Godolphin. You've got Red Knight, who won this race 3 years ago. He's the number 2 horse. A horse that's made millions, Channel Maker, the number 7 horse. So some very familiar names in today's Grade 3 Sycamore at 1.5 miles on the firm going.
Mike Maker, who has dominated in these types of races, has a 3-pronged approach with Red Knight at the age of 9, Tyler Gaffleone 9-2, 4th, most recently in the Turf Cup, looking to make amends. You've got Therapist at 6-1. Louis Saez, another Grade 1 winner in the group. And then toward the outside, the 10, Red Run at a very enticing 12-1 odds. Coming off a victory, the new shooter in the group at the young age of 4.
Great race, the Grade 3 Sycamore. Make sure you stay with us to the end of the card. That's race number 9, 10 races in total. And also race number 10. This will make you stick around. How about the Toyota Super High 5? It's a carryover coming into today, just shy of $60,000. That's race number 10, Toyota Super High carryover. That is money already in the pool because it has not been hit over the last couple of days. Good luck. Race 1 coming up at the top of the hour. Race number 1, now 17 minutes to post. We'll begin with a 1 1/8 race, one of the longer distances that we run here at Keeneland on the dirt. Punctuality is where I end up. Apollo Rising is the favorite, the 8, more on him in a moment. But Punctuality for Eric Foster and the Foster Family Racing comes out of a run for $16,000. I'm leaning on his pedigree. He's by Union Rags from a tap at First Dam, so if he can run true to his pedigree, he'll handle this 1 1/8 distance. This is going to take a strong gallop from one of these horses to win at this distance, especially at this level. And I think he is more than capable of doing it. He won going a mile at Ellis Park when he broke his maiden for 10, a day that they claimed this horse off of Peter Blum and Steve Asmussen. But I'm leaning on the 1 1/8 distance to move this horse forward today. And at 6-1, worth a shot.
Yeah, understand it. You do get a good post position, too, with this longer distance race to save some ground. I went to the favorite, Apollo Rising, who takes the blinkers off for Will Walden. Hasn't raced since July, but he's proven he can run really big, fresh off the layoff. And he has a very nice record at Keeneland with 2 starts, 1 win. Broke his maiden here in the spring, going 1 1/16. He's kind of got a high cruising speed. He can get in that nice, big, long gallop on the lead. And that's what he did when he broke his maiden. I say that loosely because he didn't cross the finish line first, and that is a big caveat with any horse that hasn't proven they can actually get the job done. But he was second that day, beaten half a length, moved up to the win, followed it up right off the bat against Winners with the second-place finish. His sweet spot are these longer distance races. I think he'll be even better going longer, so he's my top pick, though it is a short price.
Even money right now on Apollo Rising. More info on him once we get front side for race number 1. Let's go on to the number 7 horse in here. That is Levy for Ron Marquette, named after the town of Levy, Arkansas. Ron Marquette just telling me moments back, a horse that should come running. I mean, he could sit forward because it's a mile and an eighth race. He could close into a pace if these horses come back to him. I mean, it's going to be such a demanding distance for this level of competition. So I think he fits well within this group. As you can see him there, that's actually not him, looking for the 7, Levy. But he's a horse that consistently has come on in his races, and hopefully the extra bit of ground will help him move forward further.
I went to the 5 Sound Doctrine, who also adds blinkers. I like these equipment changes with these maidens and non-winners of 2 lightly raced horses, kind of tinkering to try to just get a little bit more out of them. But Sound Doctrine for Matt Shearer is second start off the layoff. That's a really good trainer angle. He's also going sprint to route. That's not such a good trainer angle, but I do think the pedigree is there. He's by Mucho Macho Man out of a City Zip mare. I expect him to be forwardly placed. I wouldn't even be surprised to find him on the lead. And I think he fits with these. He was actually a $50,000 claim and now gets to run for $20,000. So I think he could be very brave here with the class drop.
Race number 1, less than 13 minutes to post, begins the early pick 5, main track fast, turf firm, 10 races in total ahead, including our feature, the Sycamore Stakes. Good luck today here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. $20,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up, 1 1/8 over the fast main track. No changes in the opener. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also begins the early pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's the number 5 horse warming up for race number 1, Sound Doctrine. He is 6-1 on the board right now. Reminder, this one starts the early pick 5, race number 1. The pool quickly approaching $200,000. He's never gone this far. He's got the pedigree for it. He's by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Mucho Macho Man, won the Classic at Santa Anita. But Sound Doctrine, this is a full 2 furlongs further than he's ever gone. So he adds blinkers here today. He may have the pedigree, but this is going to be a big jump up for him as far as from his previous racing experience.
For sure, but I do really like him, and I love the way he looked in the paddock and even out on the track. You can see him just striding beautifully, very nicely balanced horse. A real contrast, though, in terms of color and overall look to his sire, Mucho Macho Man, but most Mucho Macho Mans are better around 2 turns. So I'm going to think that that could be the case with Sound Doctrine, who gets the pick of the paddock for me.
Promise more info on the number 8 horse, Apollo Rising, who's now clicked up to 6-5. His trainer, Will Walden, said to me that he's run well at Keeneland before. The class relief should help a lot. And he had a work last Saturday that was pretty good. Now, for some folks with past performances in front of them, you might not have that workout in your PPs that happened on the 7th of October. Because we draw these races, horses are entered in these races exactly a week out. So that work coming within a week, the span of time in which they entered him to today, and the workout was a big pickup from his previous moves. He worked in 48-3, 14 best of 76 up at Turfway. So make sure you've got that noted, because that's key information, that workout since entries drawn last week for the number 8 horse, Apollo Rising.
He's another really good-looking individual, big, strong, solid-looking horse who physically looks like the type that excels around 2 turns, and that's where he's done the bulk of his racing. You can understand why. It's interesting from a pace standpoint. He has some tactical speed, looks to be in the front tier of horses. I thought that the 3 Golden Rain might be forwardly placed as well. And then the 5 Sound Doctrine, who exits, I think, the fastest of all the sprint races here and is definitely going to be forwardly placed. Not necessarily a particularly fast pace up front, though, Scott, because I don't think anybody really wants to run that fast or has proven they're capable of doing it and being around at the finish.
Yeah, you've got to have patience in here if you want to see out this mile and an eighth trip for a group of $20,000 claimers. So pace makes a race in any race. We know that. But how bunched up will they be? We'll find out. 2 minutes to post. Race 1, pick 5 pool, now over $218,000. Get those plays in here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Levy into line. Now Cousin Odell comes forward along with Apollo Rising. Silvestre, the last to load. Comes forward. All set. At the post. They're off. There's Cousin Odell. There's Faith Runner. Those two come forward along with Apollo Rising, Silvestre. And here comes Golden Rain, finding an opening down toward the inside to move up and put a head in front. Golden Rain moves up and has a short lead from Cousin Odell in second. Sound Doctrine is a wide third. Faith Runner hugs the rail from the inside starting spot in fourth. Followed by Apollo Rising, Silvestre sixth up on the far outside. Around the first turn, Punctuality goes seventh. Levy is eighth. And One Particular Harbor is ninth and last. Opening quarter, 23.79 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Cousin Odell from the outside. Golden Rain to the inside. They contest the lead. Cousin Odell a neck in front now. And then Sound Doctrine moves up a closer third just off the flanks of those front two, followed by Apollo Rising, fourth out in the center of the track, a length and a half off the lead. Faith Runner fifth back toward the inside. Punctuality alongside of that one. Silvestre, Levy, One Particular Harbor at the back, 48.77 the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn, Sound Doctrine moving up on the far outside now to challenge for the lead. In fact, takes the lead by a half length from Golden Rain, with Apollo Rising moving into contention third now, second, and moves up less than one length off the lead. Cousin Odell has dropped back. Punctuality moves by that one, goes to fourth, now challenges for third. Still 6 lengths from the front as they come for the top of the stretch. Sound Doctrine is the leader by a length as they turn for home. Apollo Rising second by 5. Punctuality third by 5. Levy is far back in the fourth position. Apollo Rising, the new leader. Apollo Rising comes into the final furlong and opens up with every stride. Has it out to 2, 3 lengths now by 4 by 5. Back to sound doctrine, punctuality, then Levy in fourth, One Particular Harbor fifth, 16th pole, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt, much the best in the opener. Apollo Rising is the winner. Scramble for the second position, and it was Levy up in time for second. Going to be close for third, One Particular Harbor or punctuality for that third spot.
His price settled at even money at post time, and boy, did he run to those odds. The favorite, Apollo Rising, Flavian Pratt, and Will Walden for Redeemer Racing, able to pull away from this field inside of an eighth of a mile to go.
You know, his post position didn't do him any favors in the early stages of the race, and at the end of the day, it didn't matter even a little bit. Well deserving of the even money price. Apollo Rising on cruise control.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 8, Apollo Rising, finished first. Number 7, Levy, was second. Number 6, One Particular Harbor, third. Number 2, Punctuality, fourth. 8762, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 8, Apollo Rising, owned by Redeemer Racing of Michael Lowenbaum, trained by Will Walden, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Apollo Rising, a 4-year-old gelded son of Cara Conti, out of Spirit of Nike by Invasor, bred in Kentucky by Sarah Ann Kanuski. A mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 52.76 seconds. First race results official, 8762 official. Keeneland's second race upcoming, including pick 3 and pick 4. Wagering starts the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf firm today, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In the second race, scratch the 1, Mr. Big Stuff, and scratch the 7, Kobe W. Again, scratch the 1, Mr. Big Stuff, and scratch the 7, Kobe W. Jockey change on the 10, Spin the Boulevard, Jareth Loveberry. 10, Spin the Boulevard, Jareth Loveberry, the jockey. Third race, scratch the 1, She's Reckless, and scratch the 4, Sonador. That's the third race. Scratch 1, She's Reckless, scratch the 4, Sonador. No changes in the fourth race. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 2, 18 minutes to post. Scratch the 1-7 in this race. So we've got 8 horses that will be competing. Det Paid is the 9-5 favorite as it stands right now for Robertino Diodoro. This is a colt that adds blinkers in his second career start. He ran well enough last time out, finishing third in a maiden 50. He was a bit immature in that race and can be a bit immature, so something to keep an eye on. And if he's acting that way, that is the way that he has conducted his business coming into this point in time in the past. That was what Robertino Diodoro told me last night, and said that that's why they're adding the blinkers, trying to get him to focus a little bit more. But if he can move forward off of that debut effort, obviously he's going to be a strong contender, and the tote board is telling you that.
Diodoro is 15% when he adds blinkers and 19% success rate with maiden second-time starters, which Det Paid is. I just wanted to see, I don't know what I wanted to see, but I think I wanted to see more. I thought he didn't do anything wrong in his debut, but he never really accelerated. He kind of ran evenly throughout. The blinkers could certainly get him over the hump. I've got him in as my third choice in here, but I went to the 6, Augustine Red, who tries the dirt for the first time. Getting some play as well at 3-1, with Luis Saez taking the assignment for Eddie Keneally. He's a son of Irish Workry out of a Freud mare. So I actually prefer this pedigree for the dirt than the turf. And he adds blinkers, which isn't necessarily a huge angle for Eddie Keneally, but he is 23% with his maiden special weights to maiden claimers move. He's getting class relief for sure. And I thought we might see a little bit more turn of foot, a little bit more enthusiasm. He showed some speed at Kentucky Downs, but faded very, very quickly. I think it could be a very different story today. And he showed that he has a little ability by finishing third in his debut. So if the dirt does the trick, he is going to be very solid in here.
The number 10 horse, make sure you have noted there's a rider change. Jareth Loveberry will replace Chris Amy on the number 10 horse, Spin the Boulevard, a first-time starter for trainer Brittany Vandenberg, who wins at a 17% clip when debuting a horse in maiden claiming company.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with this horse, but I definitely included him. I put him in second because the horses that have run haven't necessarily run anything spectacular so far as times are concerned. Of course, they're young, so they're eligible to improve. But I thought Spin the Boulevard had a workout pattern that was solid enough to put him in the front tier. And Brittany's very good. First-time starters, 18% when they debut in maiden claiming races like this. Right there, 17%. So this is very good angle for her. Spin the Boulevard, not getting much play on the board, but that doesn't surprise me at all. He definitely has the win early pedigree. He's by Tapature. I could see him running a big race in here.
Hey Jojo takes a big drop down in class, first time in for a claiming price after running 4 maiden special weight events. I'm not sure how he's going to handle 6 furlongs. I just wonder if he's quick enough, but I would like to see, from my own selfish perspective, try to get this horse loose, try to just be aggressive with him and get into a rhythm, or try to dash away from this group. Whether he's got it in him, I'm not quite sure, but he's run such even races, even when sprinting. Maybe the drop, he'll find some speed here today, and he's the second choice at 5-2.
Well, if you look at his running line, Scott, go back to his second start, which was on the dirt at Ellis. He ran respectably, finished fourth. Thomas Aquinas, who we just talked about earlier today as winning yesterday, was the second place finisher. He faced Copper Missile, really nice horse on the turf. He faced Stronghold, a very, very nice animal on the dirt in his most recent start. So the class relief is profound here for the 3, Hey Jojo. And Kenny McPeak's horses tend to improve race by race. He's a patient conditioner. First time going back to 3/4 of a mile from the one-turn extended distance of a mile at Churchill Downs could be just what he needed.
It's race number 2, 2-year-old maidens, $50,000 claiming event. And the favorite, Det Paid, is the number 9 horse as it stands right now. This race does start the early pick 4 today at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden claiming event for 2-year-olds with a claiming price of $50,000, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. Scratch number 1, Mr. Big Stuff. Scratch the 7, Kobe W. And a reminder, the jockey for the 10, Spin the Boulevard, is Jareth Loveberry. Post time coming up in just 6 minutes.
Here's the 3-horse Hey Jojo with the pony, just breaking off with the pony, from the pony to progress in his warm-up. Good-looking dark bay or brown colt by Constitution, who looks nice out there in and amongst this group.
He really does. He's really an elegant mover and was kind of walking that way as well in the paddock beforehand. He kind of caught my eye among all the others in here and has just minded his manners and done everything that Brian Hernandez has asked him to do. You can see Brian taking him away from the pony to give him a good, nice warm-up so he's able to kind of extend his legs and go on a little bit more than might have been the case had he stayed with the pony. And I like to see that. I wouldn't be surprised to see, as you suggested, that he shows a little speed in here.
The number 10 horse, Spin the Boulevard, the first-time starter with that jockey change to Jareth Loveberry, staying with the pony for his warm-up for race number 2.
So here's the thing with these first-time starters judging fitness and readiness. He's got great muscle tone through his hindquarters. He's also got a little bit of a belly, but you can see he tapers up and maybe looks tucked up. So it's hard to gauge how fit this guy really is, whether he's just sort of the stockier type of horse through the midsection or whether he is in need of a race. He's shown a lot of works in the morning, and the works have been very good. And I especially like the fact that Brittany Vandenberg has taken him to the gate for his 3 most recent workouts. To me, that's really a sign that she wants to make sure he hits the ground running and that there are no problems out of the starting gate. And I think that could be the case. I've liked the look of this guy for the entire time I've been watching him. And also you see that piece of leather, the leather strap that's kind of around his neck, and that's just what it is, a neck strap. It's similar to a martingale or a yoke, but it doesn't connect to the saddle at all. It's just there really to give a counterbalance to the bit and the reins for the jockey so that they don't have to rely so much on the horse's mouth.
And then the number 6 horse will go back to Augustine Red, Clocker Report horse from this morning. He's 5-2 right now. They liked his workout here at Keeneland Racecourse, and first try on dirt for the son of Irish Warcry, who was a very good dirt horse. So keep him in mind. He's 5-2 right now. Pick 4 begins. First of 2 pick 4s today. It's the early version, and the pool already at $77,000 plus. 3 minutes, now 2 minutes to get those plays in for Keeneland 2.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's second race, scratch number 2, McAvoy. Late scratch in Keeneland's second race, scratch number 2, McAvoy. Scratch by the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line for race 2. Google Joke comes forward. 2 more to load. Debt Paid gets ready to move into line. Spin the Boulevard, the last one. Moves in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Google Joke out for the lead. Heart Headed is there from between horses. Spin the Boulevard kicks in toward the outside with Debt Paid. Spin the Boulevard, center of the track. Now moves up for the lead. Heart Headed, a lane off the rail, is in second. Hey Jojo moves up the rail from third. Now takes second by a neck. Debt Paid backs off into the fourth spot, but just 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2 more to Google Joke just to the inside of Augustine Red. Now Augustine Red moves up outward from the rail, going to be wide to the far turn, 5 lengths off the lead, and then a gap of 9 more lengths back to the trailer Commissioner Oscar. The opening quarter, 22.86 seconds. Around the far turn, Spin the Boulevard now slides down to the rail, has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Plenty of company right behind, though. Augustine Red far outside. Debt Paid is in between horses. Hey Jojo tries to find room down toward the inside. Heart Headed in behind horses. Google Joke has to swing out to the center of the track. Augustine Red now coming forward to challenge for the lead. Hey Jojo is moving up the rail. Spin the Boulevard between that pair. Heart Headed is in behind horses. Here's Hey Jojo. Hey Jojo up the rail for the lead and deep stretch from Spin the Boulevard past the 16th pole. Hey Jojo. Brian Hernandez Jr. getting up to win it. Spin the Boulevard was home second. Google Joke from the outside was third, and Augustine Red was fourth.
Hey Jojo up against the rail throughout this race, and the key to this was Brian Hernandez Jr. never letting him suck up or back out of that position that he had and just waiting for a gap to open up, and it did, and he kept this horse in the race, and he gave him more late in order to pick off this victory here today in race number 2.
You know, it's Spin the Boulevard, who ends up second here, was prominent throughout. He had to take the lead in the early stages of the race, and I think it cost him just a little bit here as a first-time starter racing against a horse with some experience. It all pays off here with a very nice, straight, strong effort from Hey Jojo.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 3, Hey Jojo, was first. Number 10, Spin the Boulevard, second. Number 8, Google Joke, third. And number 6, Augustine Red, was fourth. 3:10.86 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's second race official. 3:10.86, the official results. Into the winner's circle for race 2, the official winner of Keeneland's second race, number 3, Hey Jojo, owned by Rob Auerbach and Buck Pond Farm Incorporated of Doug Arnold, trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is the jockey. Hey Jojo, 2-year-old son of Constitution out of Peach Brew by Milwaukee Brew, bred in Kentucky by Buck Pond Farm Incorporated and Rob Auerbach. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 12.15 seconds. Keeneland's third race upcoming, featuring double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf firm today. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 1, She's Reckless, and scratch the 4, Sonador. Again, scratch the 1, She's Reckless, and scratch the 4, Sonador. No changes in the fourth race. Race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 3, 19 minutes to post as we move along on this big 10 race card here at Keeneland Racecourse on the Friday afternoon. Starter allowance event, $44,000 purse for fillies and mares 3 and up, and they'll be going 7 furlongs here in race number 3. Invaluable is the number 8 horse, 3-5 right now for trainer Joe Sharp. Claimed this horse off of a win last time out. She's got an outside draw and off the pace style. We'll see how she fares, but she certainly fits amongst this group, and not just because she won last time out, which was against a little bit softer of a group at Churchill Downs, but she has run in starter allowance races recently and won. Did so in the springtime here at Keeneland, and she looks beautiful, especially when she moves out into the sun.
She does. Scott, this is the only race of the day that you and I agree on as far as the top contender is concerned, and apparently everybody else does too at 3-5, but I think with good reason. She draws that outside post position, which gives Tyler Gaffalione options. He can see how things play out, how fast the pace is. She's also racing off the claim for a Sharp claiming barn. She has the ability to sit that stalking trip, and she's really effective, 4 for 7 at 7 furlongs. And as you mentioned, she looks great. So hard to pick apart the favorite. She seems deserving.
She's currently 4-5 on the board right now. Let's go to the number 7 horse. This is my second selection, Samarita, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2020. I've got 1,000 on my mind because that's what they paid for this filly. The minimum bid
bargain
at any Keeneland sale, $1,000, and she has 100x'd that and then some. She's made over $106,000. And she's won her last 5 starts. So it just goes to show you that good horses and winners can come from anywhere at the Keeneland September sale. This filly, a poster child for that. How can you knock a horse who's won her last 5? I know this is more difficult because she's won at FanDuel Racing, formerly Fairmount Park in Collinsville, Illinois, but she's also won at Hawthorne. So she shows up at a starter race. She's got positional speed, and Ray Gutierrez, he can get a horse in a good position early on in a race.
Any horse who can rattle off 5 consecutive wins, I don't care what level, I don't care what track, they're showing some real tenacity and some ability. So respect for Samarita, who is at 3-1. I went to the 2, She Dazzle, as the choice behind the favorite. She Dazzle was a winner of a $10,000 claimer last out, and though that is a step below what she's facing here in the starter $10,000 category, she's performed consistently enough since coming to this barn to, I think, be in the hunt here. I think she could continue to hold her form or even improve. She's another who doesn't have to be on the lead, but she won't be too far out of it either. And she's in good form. Those $10,000 claiming races at Churchill can come up pretty salty. She did it pretty easily. Took the lead at an early part of the race and was able to hang on and start to draw off from the field. So I really believe that she can follow suit, as Kelsey Danner's horses have been extremely competitive. She spots her horses exceptionally well.
The 3 at 7-2, if I had a chance, a mare, 7-year-old mare who's won 5 of 10 this year, and that's half of her career wins. She is in career best form this year after going just 1 for 8 last year on the win end. She comes in from Parks, just outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was run down by a horse that was cutting back in distance, Dr. Alibi, who rallied off the pace to beat her that day in the slop. She's got a fast track to work with here today. 9 of her lifetime wins have come on a fast track. So I think that you'll see a better version of this mare coming in from Parks. She has to be heavily respected in this group.
And finally, I went to the 6, Fairy Cakes, who is also a good price at 9-1. She was a 10 1/4 length winner on a sloppy track going long last out. Now, she cuts back distance, but she does have speed, and I think even at the shorter 7 furlongs is going to be forwardly placed. There is some speed toward the inside, but nobody is lightning fast, lights out, must have the lead. I think she could, from the outside, get kind of an interesting trip and be around for at least a part of it when all is said and done.
It's a great race coming up. Race number 3, Starter Allowance Company, start of another double and pick 3. We're 14 minutes away from the 3rd here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race starter allowance. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, She's Reckless, and scratch number 4, Sonador. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Main track is fast, the turf firm. Post time in 5 minutes.
There's a look at Jane Elliott, the jockey for Fairy Cakes for McEntee Racing, trained by Paul McEntee. Paul McEntee, the fillies conditioner, just telling me that 7 furlongs may be her ideal distance, even off of the win going a mile and the good run going a mile 2 starts ago at Mountaineer. He says there's not many opportunities to go 7 furlongs, so he thinks the distance is to her liking, and he says that she's best out on the front end, and that she can get herself there, and if she can get out and establish the pace and just slow things down a touch, he feels that she can be a big danger in here. So at 9-1, if you're willing to gamble that she can continue that form on the step back in distance, drop back in distance to 7 furlongs, her preferred distance according to her trainer, that's a good price in a horse that's right now being somewhat overlooked in this smallish field.
Look at her warming up. She seems very strong. She's got a nice hold of the bit. And Jane Elliott, nice contact with her, staying really balanced right over her withers, just in a lovely frame. Fairy Cakes impressed me from the time I saw her in the paddock. Looks very composed. And I do think that she's going to be pretty effective at the 7 furlong distance. I also think that speed could carry. I wouldn't be shocked to see her on the front end and able to take her speed the distance.
Says she's better in the slop, but not getting that here today, Mud. But you can see she's got good main track form as well. If I had a chance, the number 3 horse is who we're looking at now, 9-2. Another good bit of value in this race because of so much play on the 8. There are good prices on horses in here that make sense in this starter allowance group.
She was really on her toes in the paddock, and I'm happy to see that she's kind of settled a little since she got out on the track. But it's a nice energy level. It maybe is telling you that she's going to show some speed as she has in her most recent starts. Again, I don't think there's a lot of lightning fast speed in here, and if I had a chance, has been on the lead in her past races, it's been very comfortable, and it's been because the pace was slow. But she looks great.
2 minutes to post, race 3 at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line for the third race. High Speed approaches the starting gate, 3 more to load. Fairy Cakes goes in. Samarita. Invaluable, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Samarita from the outside, and Fairy Cakes has early speed as well. Fairy Cakes, Samarita come to the front of the field as they join up onto the backstretch here, as Samarita now takes a narrow lead. Half length. Fairy Cakes down to the inside is running along in second here in the early going. And is followed by She Dazzle with High Speed on the far outside. If I Had a Chance between that pair is fifth. Invaluable, last of the 6 at this point, 5 lengths off the lead as they work their way over toward the far turn. 22.73 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Samarita has a head in front, leads at a neck now into the turn. Fairy Cakes is second by 2. She Dazzle third by just a neck. High Speed fourth on the outside a length. Invaluable is fifth down toward the inside. Saves some ground around the turn, tries to move up a couple of spots, but still next to last at this point, 7 lengths off the lead. If I Had a Chance is last, and Samarita has opened up on a 5-length lead. Samarita by 5. Now Invaluable goes to work. She's against the rail, has gone from 5th up the rail to 2nd, but still 6 lengths back of the leader, Samarita, and now Invaluable switches lanes to the outside to try to come after Samarita, who's approaching the 8th pole, and there's still 5 lengths between this pair, and Samarita's kicking on into the final furlong. Invaluable still far back in second, 5 more back of her, and She Dazzle is third. Samarita. Ray Gutierrez aboard. Samarita, a convincing winner. Invaluable was home second. She Dazzle third. If I Had a Chance was fourth.
She is just in fantastic form right now. That's 6 victories in a row for the daughter of First Samurai. Again, a $1,000 purchase at the Keeneland September sale 3 years ago. That's her 10th lifetime win. She's now made well over $120,000, and in the end, a dominant win. And she did it the hard way, doing the running early and kept on going today, going 7 furlongs.
Yes, she did indeed. She had to run past Fairy Cakes in the early stages of the race, and then the rest was a little bit easier along the way. You thought for a moment that the 8, Invaluable, might kick it into gear, but there was just too much of a margin to get past. Mild upset as the 7, Samarita's bet down to 3-1 at the end.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 7, Samarita, first. Number 8, Invaluable, second. Number 2, She Dazzle, third. And number 3, If I Had a Chance, fourth. 7-8-2-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Samarita, owned and trained by Jose Rodriguez, the jockey Ray Gutierrez. Samarita, 4-year-old filly by First Samurai out of Bay of Puck by Concord Point. Winner bred in Kentucky by Montecule. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.5 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 7-8-2-3, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. The main track fast, the turf firm. No changes in race 4. Looking ahead to race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. 6th race, scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. And scratch 11, Dream Keeper. That's in the 6th race, scratch 9, Midnight JJ, scratch the 10, Improbable Story, and scratch the 11, Dream Keeper.
race number 4, as wide open of a race as you'll find today, on top of the feature, the Sycamore, which is a much bigger field. But we've got all bases covered. We're going to go through all of them because between Kate and I, we've got all 5 horses in our top 3 selections. I go to Gilcrease on top, hoping that he can be more of what we saw from him last time out. He has been inconsistent at times, but when he brings it, boy, does he bring it. And I'll be willing to gamble that he can again today at 4-1, now 7-2 up against the 3-horse Elite Forces, who's the favorite and comes into this race unbeaten in 2 starts.
See, my concern with him was the inconsistency combined with the fact that I thought he would end up being a very short price in here. Right now, 7-2 is probably very fair for a horse who was very gutsy in his last start. He has speed, and to me is at his best when he can be forwardly placed, though he has won with that stalking style as well. But I think there is an abundance of speed in this compact field. So I went to the 3 Elite Forces, who is the current 9-5 favorite, as an improving colt who I really believe can sit the stalking trip. He exits out of the 6.5 furlong race in which he stalked, at least in the earliest part of the race, before ending up on the lead. Very fast pace, and he still was able to hang on as he was expected to do as the favorite. This is certainly a much tougher, taller order for him. But again, if Flavien Prat can get him to settle, and I believe he's probably at his best doing just that, one of the best in the country right now, then Elite Forces is going to be a very tough horse to get past.
Blue Light, the number 5 horse, he's one of 3 horses that is actually entered for the $125,000 claiming price. And the mindset with trainers often this is if they do win this race, by running for the claiming price, they can still retain eligibility for this race. So I'm sure that's behind the decision to run him for the $125,000 tag in this tough allowance race. He's run against some really good horses. Giant Mischief, Saudi Crown, the Pennsylvania Derby winner, Squire Creek in start 2 of his career. He was a debut winner. Not sure what happened last time. He just never got involved. But if he can bounce back, and be right there at 5-1.
That's the question mark when you have a horse who comes out of a tough race like the Ellis Park Derby. Granted, tough competition, but then runs that subpar effort last out. What do you do with him for sure? I thought he might be part of the pace early. The 4, Fit to Fly, though, is, I thought, the most likely to make the lead. Rides a 3-race win streak going for 4 in a row and has been remarkably consistent in 7 starts, never worse than second. That's the kind of horse I love to use. And at a decent price right now of 5-2, I'm hoping it stays there or goes up. This is a very live horse. Sometimes in these compact fields, too, Scott, where there are a number of horses who could go either way as far as the pace is concerned, you end up with one horse alone on the lead. And if there's a one horse alone on the lead, I think it would probably be the 4, Fit to Fly.
The number 1 horse, Frosted Departure. Now Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr. teamed up to take race number 2 with Hey Jojo, who was down in post position number 1 after scratches. This horse in post 1 all along with no scratches here, and was going to be as long as he's in here. But what kind of races he need to run from post 1 against this kind of group?
He needs to go back to when he ran in the Renaissance at Oaklawn Park and sat just off the early pace setters, was able to wrestle the lead, and then held on and sustained. That was at 3/4 of a mile. We go back to 3/4 on the dirt here. And I think if he runs that kind of race, if he doesn't get involved in the early pace in the very earliest stages of the race, he's going to be all right. That's a tough proposition from the rail, though, if he breaks sharply. He's exiting tough company. The grade 2 Franklin Simpson, draw a line through that race. And otherwise, he's been right there against some really tough horses like Bouncer and Rivet. Arabian Night he ran very well with. I just think he's a better horse than maybe his record indicates. But he's the most proven of any horse besides Fit to Fly with 3 wins lifetime. So Frosted Departure just has to overcome that inside post position. He rounds out my top 3.
You're going to have to bring your running shoes if you want to win this 4th race in this event with as even of a group as it appears to be on paper, and rightfully so. It's a $120,000 second-level optional claiming allowance race. Race number 4 starts another double, another pick 3 as they continue to roll throughout the afternoon. And we are 14 minutes to post here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Warrendale Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $125,000. 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is fast, turf firm, no changes in the fourth race. Post time in 6 minutes.
Come front side to look at this very evenly matched group. You can see the tote board tells you that 2-1 shortest price, 5-1 biggest price in this event. That's Gilcrease, the number 2 for Alstall Jr., coming off of that nice win at Churchill Downs.
Well, there wasn't a bad-looking horse in this group. I mean, it's an exemplary group, and each one a little bit different in terms of their body type. But I give a slight paddock pick to the 2, Gilcrease. I just thought this horse was outstanding looking. Kind of handled everything, very big, imposing type of horse, really handsome horse who's just textbook classic looking individual. So that may separate him just a little bit. If his last race is any indication, should be in for a big run.
I'd say the same about the 4 Fit to Fly. He's a big, good-looking son of West Coast. 2-year-old purchase last year. He's now 3. He's so well put together. Larry Ravelli, his trainer, just telling me there's no secret what we're going to try to do. We're going to go in this race and try to make the lead.
You know, I think he's the fastest of all the horses in here, and I think that it's a scramble off the break to see what Gilcrease does, to see what Blue Light does, and even to some extent to see what Elite Forces does. Flavien Prat has some decisions to make, but I think he's the type of horse Fit to Fly that gets very brave on the lead. He seems very focused in the warm-up right now.
He's 3-1 right now. Third choice, as the 1 has just come down to the second choice. Frosted Departure, the gray in the race. Son of Frosted, a Keeneland graduate from the 2021 September sale.
I kind of went back and forth between the 1 and the 2 as far as who stood out the most in the paddock. The one thing I liked about Frosted Departure was he was kind of laid back, and as if he was saving everything for once he got out onto the racetrack. He has the most experience of anybody in this field, and 3 wins lifetime, and that does give him a little bit of an edge over a horse like, say, Elite Forces, who has just come out of the allowance ranks and done it rather quickly. I think that pays off sometimes, that fitness, that conditioning, and that seasoning. So Frosted Departure coming out of graded stakes races and looking really good right now at 5-2.
Take one and run with it. This is such a good race. There are no wrong answers when handicapping it. Caton's got the 3 on top. I'm going with the 2. Make your wagers right now with 3 minutes to post. Race 4 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race. Moving into line for race 4. Three more to load. Elite Forces comes forward. Fit to Fly. Blue Light, the last one. Moves in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Frosted Departure from the inside, right out for the early lead, but now gives up the advantage to Fit to Fly. Fit to Fly moves up from between horses, and Fit to Fly, the leader now, as they head up the backstretch. Frosted Departure to the inside. Blue Light is there up on the far outside. Gil Crease travels along near the back of the pack in the fourth position, a lane off the rail, and has Elite Forces there to his outside as that field of 5 moves through the opening quarter. 22.69 seconds for that opening quarter. Back up front, Fit to Fly is the leader. But here comes Blue Light. Here comes Elite Forces. Third up on the far outside. Elite Forces wide around the far turn. Frosted Departure fourth back toward the inside. Gil Crease shuffled out to last, running 7 lengths from the front. Top of the stretch, Fit to Fly is the leader. Fit to Fly chased by Blue Light. Elite Forces swings up on the far outside, and Frosted Departure is in tight behind the front two. Looks left, looks right, dives to the rail, tries to find an opening there. 1/8 of a mile to go. Blue Light has the lead. Frosted Departure now comes up the inside, but 2 lengths away from Blue Light, and Blue Light still leads by 2. A 16th to go. Frosted Departure second. Elite Forces third. Blue Light wins it for Ricardo Santana Jr. Frosted Departure second. Elite Forces home third, and then further back Gil Crease was fourth, and Fit to Fly fifth.
Well, Blue Light able to stay out in the clear and keep up early on while the number 1 horse was begging for room. Frosted Departure, he finally works down to the inside and has to work through that hole where there's nowhere to go. But even if he gets through cleanly, I think it would have been tough to catch the 5 who had flown on him. That's Blue Light, Ricky Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, and L&N Racing.
Yeah, Santana made a key decision mid-race to go for it, and it pays off in dividends. Certainly a tale of 2 trips, but big performance from Blue Light, and even in defeat, Frosted Departure running gamely. No real excuses for the 3 Elite Forces who just kind of ran evenly throughout.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 5, Blue Light was first. Number 1, Frosted Departure second. Number 3, Elite Forces third. Number 2, Gil Crease fourth. 5-1-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Warrendale, the unofficial winner, number 5, Blue Light, owned by L&N Racing LLC of Lee Levinson, Winchell Thoroughbreds LLC of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmus, and Ricardo Santana Jr. is the winning jockey. Blue Light, 3-year-old son of City of Light, out of In the Moonlight by Tappet. The winner bred in Kentucky by Rock Ridge Thoroughbreds LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.19 seconds. Fourth race, results official, 5-1-3-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Warrendale Trophy presentation to the connections of Blue Light. This weekend, the University of Kentucky celebrates homecoming, which brings a special group to Keeneland. We welcome members of the Golden Wildcats, who are celebrating their 50th class reunion. Today, we have the members of the Golden Wildcat Committee, represented by Lynn Harrelson, Paula Pope, Scott Davis, and Brenda Hoffman. Joining them are Alumni Association Board President Janie McKenzie Wells and Executive Director for UK Alumni Association, Jill Smith. Thank you for your contributions to homecoming. Keeneland is glad to welcome each Wildcat back home. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the pick 6, no carryover, and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Main track is fast, the turf is firm, rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to the 6th race, scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. Scratch the 11, Dreamkeeper. That's in the 6th race. Scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. And scratch the 11, Dreamkeeper. 7th race. Scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Also scratch number 13, English Tavern. Scratch the 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch the 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. That's in the 7th race. Scratch number 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Scratch number 13, English Tavern. Scratch the 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch the 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. Please note number 14 will run. 14, Grays Creek, draws into the race. Christian Torres will ride. That means there's a jockey change on the 10, Beatbox, Joel Rosario. Number 10, Beatbox, Make the Jockey, Joel Rosario. 8th race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch 16, Lookster. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch 16, Lookster. Please note number 13 and number 14 both draw into the race. 13, America's Vow, 14, Foreseen will run. Featured 9th, the Grade 3 Sycamore. Scratch number 12, Foreign Relations. Also scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten. Scratch the 16, Beacon Hill. That's the featured 9th race. Scratch number 12, Foreign Relations. Also scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten. And scratch 16, Beacon Hill. Please note number 13, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy will run. 13 draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch 1, Jump Master. Scratch 2, Huey Attack. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Jump Master. Scratch the 2, Huey Attack. And there's a jockey change, late jockey change in the 10th race. Number 8, Woke Up in Love, the jockey Jane Elliott. Late jockey change in that 10th and final race. The jockey for the 8, Woke Up in Love, will be Jane Elliott, and a carryover of $59,000 for the Toyota Super High Five.
Race number 5 starts the pick 6, as well as the very intriguing and always intriguing $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. I think this is the best $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 that we've had at the meet so far with these 3 turf races coming up.
I agree. It's really hard to pick which of the 3 races would be the best to narrow down at all. Certainly the anchor leg with the Sycamore is one where you are very brave if you can take a stand in there. I spread as much as I could. I know you went all, so that tells you how tough that race is. This 5th race, though, is, I think, just as tough almost as the Sycamore.
And Raise High is in the mix. He's 7-1, 1 race under his belt. He's got that European pedigree to lean on for the longer distance off of an even run at Ellis Park going a mile. Should step up. That's why I've got him on top at 7-1. You've got Auden, the number 7 horse, who's the 4-1 slight second choice, vying for favoritism right now with 17 minutes to post.
So here's what I liked about Auden. Definitely the pedigree by Arrogate out of Falimbi, who is a top turf mare, and whose runners, for the most part, offspring, have been on the turf, although she just had a pretty nice horse score on the dirt as well. So the quality is there, and it looks like she can pass it along. Auden debuted at Kentucky Downs in my opinion, lost all chance at the beginning of the race. And, then really didn't get into it very much, although he came running just a little bit late. But this should be a different ball game on a more traditional turf track that's more straightforward. I also think the mile and an eighth works in his advantage. A better break puts him much closer early on, leaving him less work to do. And it's top connections. This is a Juddmonte homebred with Johnny Velasquez, who's right in the thick of things for leading rider, teaming up with trainer Bill Mott, who has also had a very solid meet. This, to me, is a good price at 9-2.
The number 3 horse, Smart Uncle, he's the favorite. He's run a mile and a 16th, a mile and a quarter, a mile and 3/8. First time going a mile and an eighth. And looking at the way that he's run, this might be an ideal distance situation for this Uncle Mo gelding for George Strawbridge and his Augustin stable and Jonathan Thomas, who had a win earlier this week, the trainer.
Yeah, I've got him as well as you in my top 3. It's hard to get a read on him because he's done such different things in each of his starts. A mile and a 16th on debut in a fast pace he closed into, but it set up well for him. The winner was a good horse. Came back at a mile and a quarter in Stakes Company, which was maybe a lot to ask right off the bat. And then in that last race, he was not as straight and true as you would have liked, but at Saratoga, beaten just a neck for all of it at the end. So I'm not quite sure. He's trimming back distance, so he should be fit. Maybe it will turn out to be the ideal distance for him. He's too good off his past performances to leave out, and he certainly makes a nice appearance.
The 8 Sagittarius, he's a first-time starter. He's right now 13-1. He was just 15-1 a moment ago, I do believe. But this is not a typical debut distance, but he's got distance pedigree. He's by Empire Maker out of a Malibu Moon First Dam. Brendan Walsh gets Joel Rosario for the owner's Trade Winds Farm. Wouldn't be shocked if he comes with a strong performance here today, debuting on turf. An 11% barn with winners is Brendan Walsh when he debuts horses on turf.
The last workout was very nice at Keeneland for a potential turf horse to turn in on the dirt here at Keeneland, and Brendan going to Joel Rosario. So a lot of positives for the 8 Sagittarius. The price at 13-1 is awfully enticing. I liked the 10 Conversing, who, though not that high, is still 5-1, which is a very fair price on a Son of Into Mischief out of a Candy Ride mare. 2 starts, 2 second-place finishes, both of them very solid. The most recent of those was on the sloppy track with the race rained off the grass. I think he's better on the turf. He gets Lasix for this first try in a long time. This is a strong angle for Shug McGahee off extended layoffs, 22%. And when he adds Lasix, 20%. You get Flavian Pratt for a Hall of Fame trainer, and you get a nice price as well on Conversing.
Get involved in the Pick 6, the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. I'm going to be honest with you. I just turned in 3 different Keeneland Turf Pick 3 tickets here just a moment ago because it's that kind of a sequence, these next 3 races. It is a wonderful sequence. Good luck. 14 minutes to post. Race number 5 coming up next year at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 1 1/8 miles over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16, did not draw into the race. Race 5 coming up in just 7 minutes.
There's a look at the number 5 horse, 9-1 right now. That's Raise High. Vicky Oliver saying that Luis Saez, he tends to get horses forward in races that he rides in, so she expects that to be the kind of trip that this gelding has here today. I like it. I like the horse. I like that comment. Love Saez. 9-1 makes sense in this race that is so difficult.
Well, he's certainly bred for the grass and has a good prep underneath his belt. I think he'll move forward. That'll catapult him forward. I think he also will be forwardly placed. I think there are some others who might show some speed too, but body language suggests he's going to be very sharp.
Auden is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day, but getting respect at the window. He's 9-2 right now, carrying the Juddmonte green and pink. Johnny Velasquez looking to add to his already high win total here in the early days of this fall meet.
I think there's some significance in the fact, A, that he's getting bet down to 4-1, and B, that he has had 2 top riders on board for each of his starts, Joel Rosario over at Kentucky Downs and now Johnny Velasquez today. You look at him, he's a big-bodied horse that strikes me as the type that's still learning how to put it all together. But if he does, and if he's anything like his dam, he's going to be in great shape.
The 12 horse, 24-1 on qualified. He's going to cut back to 1 1/8 miles. He's a horse that really doesn't have any early speed, and that's fine. I mean, he comes with the run. There's a look at him beyond the trees. You can see the big smile of James Graham, who's in the saddle. But look at his race 3 starts ago where he was 3rd behind King Curlin. We saw King Curlin put in a strong run yesterday in a 1.16 mile race. He's a nice horse that he was 3rd back behind. So at 24-1, just another one that you've got to consider.
He's just a big-bodied, strong-looking individual, but who really impressed me with the way he was moving. For a bigger horse, he has a kind of a light on his feet type of action, and that's on the dirt, and he is definitely a turf horse. Again, takes a little while to get going, but his best races have been at the 1 1/8 miles, and all he needs to do is improve just a little bit, which he's liable to do at this stage of the game to be a factor in here.
3 minutes to post, race 5, start of the pick 6, start of that $3 Keeneland turf pick 3. the best Keeneland Turf Pick 3 that we have seen so far this meet from a competition level perspective. Races 5, 7, and 9. The Keeneland Turf Pick 3 concludes in today's featured event, the Sycamore Stakes, Grade 3, Race 9. Good luck. This is race number 5, closing in on post time.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Lantern Hill, start of the Pick 6, also start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Western Moon comes forward along with Equal Protection. Raise High approaches the starting gate. Fayette Spirit comes forward. Qualified, the last to load. Moves in, they're at the post. And they're off. An awkward beginning for Fayette Spirit. Went to his knees at the start and swerved out into Auden, but they both now have straightened course, although they will be at the back of the pack here early on. Headed for the first turn, up front, Western Moon takes the early lead. Smart Uncle to the inside of that one. Here's Raise High. Raise High moving forward to contest the lead as well. Smart Uncle going to drop back into the 3rd position now. Pilkington is 4th. Sagittarius a wide 5th. Fireball Fun is 6th. Conversing is 7th. Equal Protection 8th. Get ahead now, shuffled back into 9th. Fayette Spirit against the rail is 10th. Auden is 11th. 11th in between horses, and qualified. Wide at the back. Opening quarter went in 23.13 seconds. Onto the backstretch, Western Moon, the leader. Western Moon leading Raise High 3/4 of a length. Raise High travels in that second spot by 3/4 of a length. Pilkington third by a neck between horses. Sagittarius fourth up on the outside. Smart Uncle fifth back toward the inside as they work their way up the backstretch. Conversing Equal Protection on the outside of that one, followed closely by Fireball Fun back toward the rail. 48.37 seconds for the opening half mile. Auden picks up a couple of positions and goes with Qualified toward the outside, still 8 lengths off the lead. Up front, though, Raise High is right alongside of Western Moon. Sagittarius is third, a length off the front pair. Pilkington is in fourth. Equal Protection picks up the leaders now, but has to go wide in fifth. Smart Uncle looks for an opening down toward the inside in sixth. Auden now has dropped out to last. Raise High has the leader as Sagittarius is moving up. Raise High and Sagittarius. Pilkington's in behind that pair. Raise High with the lead. Equal Protection conversing. Conversing is running late from the outside, but the wire's coming. Raise High has the lead by 2. Conversing to second. Raise High and Conversing. Raise High hangs on to win it for Luis Saez.
Well, it's Raise High in a scramble at the top of the stretch. The 10 was coming, that being Conversing, but he came on late, and the 5 was able to sustain that bid. And as Vicky Oliver called it, she expected Saez to have him have early position with this horse, and that's exactly how it panned out.
He just skipped along with that first tier of horses and was able to get the jump on the 10 with a lot going on toward the back of the pack. Scott, the 10 Conversing had to do a lot of work just to get into contention, and he was still a little green through the stretch, but boy, he tried hard. Just comes up a little shy of a huge effort for St. George Farm Racing and Vicky Oliver.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 5, Raise High, finished first. Number 10, Conversing, was second. Number 8, Sagittarius, was third. Number 11, Equal Protection, fourth. 5, 10, 8, 11 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Lantern Hill, the unofficial winner, number 5, Race High, owned by St. George Farm Racing, LLC, of Ian Banwell, trained by Victoria Oliver, Luis Saez, the jockey. Race High, a 3-year-old gelded son of Noble Mission, out of Barramar by Monson, bred in Kentucky by St. George Farm, LLC. 9 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, 1 minute 49.83 seconds. Race 5, results official. 5-10-8-11, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Race High. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time, where Keeneland welcomes the Ed Brown Society. Joining us from the Ed Brown Society are Chairman Greg Harbert, members of the board, and Ed Brown scholars. Keeneland would like to recognize Ed Brown scholars Jada Ali, a junior, equine science and management major at the University of Kentucky, and Vanessa Magallanes, a senior equine business major at the University of Louisville. Both women are scholars at Keeneland this fall. As an Ed Brown partner, Keeneland supports the Ed Brown Society in providing opportunities for young people of color to gain exposure, experience, and professional job placements in the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Temporary rail is down today. A reminder, race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire on that fast main track. Scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. And scratch the 11, Dream Keeper. Again, scratch the 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. And scratch 11, Dream Keeper. 7th race, scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Scratch 13, English Tavern. Scratch 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. That's in the 7th race. Scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Scratch number 13, English Tavern. Also scratch number 15, Portfolio Company, and number 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, Grays Creek will run. Christian Torres will ride. But there is a jockey change on the 10 beat box, the jockey Joel Rosario. That's number 10, beat box, Joel Rosario, the jockey. 8th race, scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch number 5, Cowgirl Charm. Also scratch the 15, Savannah Marie, and scratch the 16, Lookster. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch number 15, Savannah Marie, and scratch the 16, Lookster. A reminder, number 13, America's Vow, draws into the race, and the 14, Foreseen, also will run. Featured ninth race, Grade 3 Sycamore, scratch number 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch number 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten, and scratch 16, Beacon Hill. That's in the featured ninth. Scratch number 12, Foreign Relations. Also scratch 14, Me and Mr. C, 15, Britain's Kitten, and 16, Beacon Hill. A reminder, number 13, Shoddy, 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 draws into the race. 13 will run. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Jump Master, and scratch the 2, Huey Attack. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 1, Jump Master, and scratch 2, Huey Attack. Jockey for the 8, Woke Up in Love, will be Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love, the jockey, Jane Elliott. Carryover $59,000 for the Toyota Super High Five.
Race number 6 today at Keeneland begins the late pick 5. Another great sequence ahead of us. Also doubles and pick 3s continue to roll. There's a look at Fausto Gutierrez saddling up the number 3 horse, Telephone Talker, a runner that's been very good in his last few. They move him back to dirt, though, here today off of synthetic and turf tries, but he's by Wicked Strong, who is a top dirt runner, He's from a Kitten's Joy First Dam, so that to me is where the turf and synthetic successes come from. But I think he fits amongst this group. Last time he ran for 16,000, he was a winner. He's the second choice at 7-2 right now. I've got him on top as he moves on to dirt at this level specifically.
So my problem with him is he's 0 for 5 on the dirt, and even though he has come close on occasion, I think there's probably a reason that he's been kept on the synthetic and the grass. That said, Fausto's a pretty sharp horseman, so if he's going to move him back to the dirt, there's probably good reason. I just prefer others in here. I think this is a really tricky race. The 6, My Barely, is my top choice at 9-2. This is a 9-year-old son of Mizzen Mast who's taking a big drop in class. It's sort of now or never for me with this horse. He has not won in a long, long time, and he's 0 for 7 this year. But in fairness, he's been competing against substantially better competition. So now we drop to an all-time low second start off the layoff and trim back a little from a 1 1/8, very tough $50,000 claiming race to a very realistic spot here. If he's anything close to what he once was, I think he's going to be interesting to watch in here. And I also think he's going to be able to sit a little bit more tactically than he has.
Yeah, I think he can sit closer and they can be a little bit more aggressive with him, and that's why I like him as my second choice. We'll go to the 1 horse next. That's Code Runner, or the 7 horse, The 7 comes up next, as I'll get back to the 1 in a moment. That is Populous for your second choice, Ron Marquette. Another one that you can't knock him. He's got tactical speed. He's got Gaff Leon. He's got good success as of late.
He's also coming out of a sprint race, so you know he's not only going to be using that speed, but he's just going to be catapulted more into the pace because the pace is going to be softer generally with the stretch out to 2 turns. He just got tired last out, and I think he'll get a lot out of that 7 furlong race, which was his first since July. He's effective at the distance. He's a very quick horse, and generally sits in that top tier of horses, which I think is where you want to be. Tyler Gaff Leon taking the recall. He was aboard last time out when the horse faded to 4th, I think is a real positive sign. And having seen this horse before, I can tell you he's a beautiful horse. Kind of belies his history and his record overall, but he's still churned out over $120,000, kind of the hard way.
Code Runner, I think that you can't overlook him just because he's dropping down so much in class. They tried him a few times on turf. He's never really picked it up on turf over the course of his career, so he's back on dirt where all of his wins have come. The last dirt races were against so much better. They even tried him in the 1.5 mile Brooklyn Stakes at Grade 2 at Belmont on Belmont Stakes weekend. So this is a class relief angle for me on the number 1 horse, Code Runner. This is the easiest spot he's seen in some time on a surface in which he's better on.
And then I went to the 8 Swing Low. I just thought at 9-1, you knew he was going to be a decent price. But he's actually getting bet quite a bit in comparison to his last couple of races, which were route races at Parks and Monmouth. He was only beaten a couple of lengths at Monmouth Park against a pretty salty group of horses and did his best running late. I think that's what you're going to see again. But I feel like this is a bit easier than what he's been facing of late. He's also been on the turf. He's been at longer distances. He's been on the synthetic. But he really hasn't had much of a chance to try this level of competition at a 2-turn distance on a fast main track. And I think that really could be the key for him. He does need a pace setup. I don't know if there's quite enough pace to come from too far out of it. And with the scratches, the pace got a little softer. But Swing Low is the type that is going to come running late.
Race number 6, late pick 5, begins here for the final 5 races of the afternoon. The featured Sycamore, part of that still to come. A lot of great racing still to come, and a good leg to kick things off with in the pick 5 here today. Race number 6, now 10 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, claiming race. For 3-year-olds and up, a price of $16,000, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch number 9, Midnight JJ. Scratch the 10, Improbable Story. Scratch the 11, Dream Keeper. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track fast turf firm, 5 minutes to post.
Four minutes to post, race 6. Huge big lead. The number 2 horse continues to be the favorite off the 2-month layoff, or freshening, I should say, in between races. Claimed by Robert Falcone Jr. Claimed for $25,000, shows up for $16,000. But I've said this before, and I'll continue to say it here in Kentucky at Keeneland and the racetracks around here. You can claim horses and then drop them because of the purse structure in Kentucky at the current state of racing, which is so good right now in this bluegrass state.
He's been claimed several times, Scott, real popular at the claim box, and I can see why. He's a beautiful horse. He just jumped out of the paddock at me, and in the warm-up now you can see him as well. Just a very striking-looking individual at the age of 6, still carrying good flesh and looking really well-balanced. Again, he's been first or second in 8 of 26 starts. Lifetime moves turf to dirt off of a freshening. He's been away since July, but he looks eager to get back to work, and I think he could be the controlling speed in this race.
The number 3 horse is trained by Fausto Gutierrez. We talked about him on the paddock side. I asked Fausto about running this horse on dirt, and he said, frankly, this is just an example of we want to race at Keeneland. So if you want to race at Keeneland and you've got this horse that is of this kind of level, a 16 claimer, you're going to have to move over to dirt. He referred to the fact that he's had a good dirt race in the past at Keeneland, but this is wanting to race and win here more than anything for these connections.
That race at Keeneland on the dirt was a long, long time ago. He hasn't been on the dirt in quite some time. November of last year was the most recent. It was against really tough company, but he was well beaten. I will say he's a happy horse out on the track, but he's 0 for 5 on the dirt, so at a short price, now up to 7-2, but still a little too short for me.
The number 6 horse we'll take a look at next for George Leonard III, My Bar Riley. There he is. We'll see what kind of tactics Rafael Bejarano implies with this runner coming out of those longer distance races.
It's another that I really like the looks of, and off the drop has to be respected. He's run well against much better competition. The problem is when horses don't win for a long time, it starts to discourage them, and it definitely is a discouraging factor for the bettors. You just wonder, do they remember how to get back? Have they lost that competitive edge to get back in the winner's circle? But when you look at him physically, you wouldn't think that would be the case, because he really looks bright and excited, and maybe the easier competition is going to make the difference. The other horse that I like the looks of with the 7, Populist. 7-year-old stretching out. It'll be interesting to see how this pace plays out, because he's another who I think is going to be right in the mix on the front end. But with Tyler Gaffalione back on board, I think that's a real plus, because he's had an opportunity to get to know the horse and now rides him back off of a tiring effort And the distance, I think, suits. Populist has been successful at the mile and a 16th in the past. He's just going to have to settle in the early stages. That's going to be the key. But he looked really very good on the track.
Pick 5 pool continues to swell, over $300,000. 1 minute to post, race 6. Get those plays in.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, start of the late pick 5. Moving into line, race 6. Telephone Talker goes in. Populist moves into the gate. Kozan's Success moves into line. Swing Low, the last one, moves in. Short stretch at the post. And they're off. There goes Populist. Populist from the outside, out for the lead. Huge Big League comes away in second. Code Runner third. Telephone Talker is away in fourth. Kozan's Success moves up to the far outside in the 5th position. Azure Sky is back toward the inside in 6th. My Riley is 7th alongside of that one. Swing Low, 3 wide, 8th at the back, running 7 lengths off the lead as they move around the first turn. Back up front, Populist the leader. Populist 3/4 of a length in front. Heads the field onto the backstretch. Huge Bigley is second. 24.38 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 2 more lengths. Code Runner third by a neck. Telephone Talker is fourth by just a length. Kozan's Success drops back into the 5th position, outward from the rail for the move up the backstretch, headed for the far turn. And then further back, it is Azure Sky who moves to the inside, and then Swing Low, who's next to last, and My Riley now the trailer, 10 from the front, the first half mile on the board in 48.34 seconds. On to the far turn. Populist, the leader. Huge Bigley, second. Half length separates the top 2. And Huge Bigley right alongside of Populist now. They're matching strides for the lead. Nearly 3 lengths in front of Code Runner, who's third, a length and a half. Telephone Talker is fourth. Then a gap of 4 more lengths. Back to Kozan's Success to the outside of Swing Low. At the quarter pole, Huge Bigley from the outside puts ahead in front. Populist tries to respond. Gap of 5 more lengths to Code Runner in third, who tries to pick them up. Huge Bigley to the lead off the far turn. And coming to the 8th pole, Code Runner is second, has closed ground from the outside, but is still 3 from the front. Populist fades back into third. And Huge Bigley, Luis Saez aboard, opening up with every stride now. A deep stretch. It's out to a 5-length margin. Huge Bigley to win it. It was Code Runner who was across the line in the 2nd position, followed by Swing Low in 3rd, and Kozan's Success in 4th.
$218 as Luis Saez is in the zone right now here at Keeneland. That's back-to-back wins. Had the upset win in race number 5. Comes right back with the favorite. Huge Bigley tracks right off the pace set by the number 7 horse and was able to open up on Code Runner in the end.
Well, the bettors were spot on at 7-5, and things working beautifully for Huge Bigley, who was able to secure that spot just off the pace setter Populist and then make that nice move, which would prove to be the winning move.
The unofficial results of Keeneland 6th race: number 2, Huge Bigley first. Number 1, Code Runner second. Number 8, Swing Low third. Number 4, Kozan's Success fourth. 2184 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland 6th race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Huge Bigley, owned by Beast Mode Racing LLC of Robert Falcone, owned by America's Pastime Stables of Brian Spagnola, owned by Flying P Stable of Jason Provenzano, trained by Robert Falcone Jr. and Luis Saez, goes back-to-back on the card. 1 minute 45.25 seconds for the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Huge Bigley, a 6-year-old gelded son of midshipman out of Gadget Queen by Flying with Eagles, bred in Washington by Todd Hansen and Sean Hansen. Sixth race results official, 2184, the official results. And we direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Today is College Scholarship Day, presented by Lane's End. In partnership with Lane's End, 2 lucky students taking home $10,000 in scholarship money. So congratulations to our winners. They are Leah Hebenstreet and Alex Wesley. They are accompanied by Lane's End Representative Andy Farish, Day Farm Tour and Hospitality Manager, and Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin, as well as Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations Kara Heisen-Buttle. Congratulations to our winners. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. The turf is firm. The rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch number 8, King Vega. Scratch 13, English Tavern. Scratch 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. Again, scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Scratch 13, English Tavern. Also scratch 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. A reminder, number 14, Gray's Creek will run. 14, Gray's Creek draws in. Christian Torres will ride. Jockey change on the 10, Beatbox Joel Rosario. 10, Beatbox the jockey, Joel Rosario. 8th race, scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Also scratch 15, Savannah Marie, and scratch 16, Lookster. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch 5, Cowgirl Charm. Also scratch 15, Savannah Marie, and scratch 16, Lookster. A reminder, number 13, America's Vow draws into the race. Number 14, Foreseen, also will run. Featured 9th race, Grade 3 Sycamore. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten, and scratch 16, Beacon Hill. That's the 9th and featured race. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch 15, Britain's Kitten, and scratch 16, Beacon Hill. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy will run. 10th and final event, scratch the 1 Jump Master and scratch the 2 Huey Attack. 10th and final race, scratch number 1 Jump Master, scratch number 2 Huey Attack. Jockey for the 8, Woke Up in Love, will be Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love, the jockey, Jane Elliott. Carry over $59,000 for the Toyota Super High Five.
Getting down to crunch time in this card. This race number 7 starts the late pick 4, 17 minutes to post. Another competitive group lining up, and the number 5 horse is who we're looking at right now. That is Highest Distinction, and boy, has he gotten good as of late. It's a horse that not long ago, go back to last summer, couldn't really be all that competitive and against $30,000 claimers on turf, but he has blossomed this year. He won the Baltimore-Washington Turf Cup Grade 3 event at Pimlico in his most recent start just under a month ago, and Jairo Rendon in the saddle in the last 2 races, which were both wins. He's won 3 in a row. Jeremy Rose rode him 3 starts back in a starter allowance race, but just the progression that he's made and the current groove that he is in for Lindsey Schultz cannot be overlooked, and it's not against this good group.
You know, when he moved up to the Oceanport off the starter allowance win, he went off 10-1. So that was kind of a breakthrough race for him. But then he comes back in graded stakes company, and he's actually respected. One of the favorites did exactly what he was asked to do and did it in a more impressive fashion than he has in any other previous race. Sometimes horses take a little longer to get better, and Lindsey Schultz has certainly found something that has triggered the very best in Highest Distinction. I went back and forth about using him on top. I used him in second, but I really think he's got a big shot to continue his winning ways off the 3 consecutive victories, and it would be fun to watch with a horse like this. You get a fair price right now at 3-1, but I went toward the outside the 9, Ocean Atlantique, who's getting played as well at 4-1. Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffalione teaming up. My logic was this, Scott, if you look at his race at Kentucky Downs going a mile against Wolfie's Dynaghost, who's a really good horse, he finished second, beaten just ahead. Arguably, if this race were a mile and a 16th, he might have won the race. Though he's 0 for 5 at the distance, he's run in some very tough company. He was chasing the likes of Up to the Mark, who is probably the top of the division and is Breeders' Cup bound after a Grade 1 Stakes victory here at Keeneland opening weekend. He's very consistent on the turf. My only knock would be he's been second a lot more than he's won, but he shows up every time, and I really think with Tyler back on board, he's going to be very tough in here.
The 1 horse a credit, 9-1. This could be a quick pace. This horse should be part of it. It wouldn't be shocked to see Forte Ventura, the number 2 horse, be right there with him. But he comes off of a wire-to-wire win at Churchill Downs. He beat some others in that race that he's facing here today. This time last year, he was running in the Grade 3 Sycamore at 1.5 miles. But since he's cut back in distance, he's been more effective and in and amongst these types of conditions and levels. And this is one of those craftily written allowance races that allows for so many high-level horses to be eligible. He just won a 3 other than, which are basically stakes races, and bring together some of the best horses in any division if you see a 3rd level allowance race. So I'll throw him in second and see if Pavel Matika can pick up a win here with Luan Machado in back-to-back races. Machado rode him last time and has ridden him in his last half dozen.
Well, I like a credit a little. I have respect for him, and if you like him, then you have to take a good look at the 18-1 shot, Gray's Fable, who draws the outside post position. I don't like that. Now Gray's Creek will be to his outside in post 14, but still, this is a horse who has a stalking style and who was just beaten 2 lengths by a credit for all of it after tossing his head at the start. I don't think it cost him the win, but it might have compromised his best opportunity, just given the race flow and the way he ended up, but kind of scrambling to get in position in the early stages. He does tend to be a bridesmaid, but I thought he was very live in the trifectas, and with a little luck might even be right there to get the job done. 0 for 4 at the mile and a 16th, but he's come close at the mile on enough occasions to make me think that this could be a really good distance for him. And boy, look at him. He looks like he feels very good there on the outside for Brian Lynch. Gray's Fable, I don't feel like should be 18-1 because he's been competitive with a lot of these other horses. Hosier, A Credit, Fortaventura, all of them. He's been right there in the mix.
I sound like a broken record, but this is such a good race coming up. Race number 7, 13 minutes to post. A well-done job by the team here at Keeneland, the racing office, in assembling this quality group as we're 13 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4 at Keeneland Racecourse. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elm Tree, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/16 over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 6, Goody Goomer. Scratch the 8, King Vega. Also scratch 13, English Tavern. Scratch 15, Portfolio Company. And scratch 16, Dreams of Tomorrow. A reminder, number 14, Grace Creek will run. 14, Grace Creek draws into the race. Christian Torres will ride, but there is a jockey change on the 10 Beatbox. Number 10 Beatbox, the jockey, Joel Rosario. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 4. Post time is 6 minutes.
We're looking at Tiz the Bomb, the number 7 horse. He is a millionaire. He's only a 4-year-old gelding. He's been gelded since his last race. But any horse that's made over $1 million, you know, is a serious runner. He's a stakes winner from the past. We'll just see how he handles this shorter distance of 1 1/16. They may get away from him a little bit as he likes to lay off the pace.
Keep in mind, Scott, that he was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and he won the Grade 2 Bourbon as a 2-year-old. Now he's tried a variety of things and has definitely stretched out, so he's likely to be running late. But I do think there's a solid enough pace up front to maybe help him out a little bit to that case. And I also think he could be sharper now that he has been gelded and been given some time to mature. August was his most recent start. Looked super. I really think this horse is capable and has the class. We know that for sure.
Hosier, the number 3 horse. Here's another fairly accomplished horse. He's made over $750,000. And Rudy Brisset, who conditions him, has run 2 horses this meet. Both of them have won. He won the TCA, being the biggest of those 2, with Yagiri in that hard-fought win. So not running a lot, but bringing over live horses. And no doubt this horse deserves attention, even though he's 14-1.
You know, he ran into some tough company in his most recent start in the Mint Millions, and I've seen him run throughout his career, and I can honestly say I've never seen him look better, and I believe that's the sentiment of his trainer, Rudy Brisset, as well. He had one previous try at Keeneland. It was a good turf course, and he faltered pretty badly. That was in the spring. But, you know, the course plays a little differently in the fall, and sometimes horses who don't fare well at one meet do much better at another. He's also been a horse who earlier in his career was a little high-strung, but that seems to be behind him. He has settled down and looks just super.
Injunction tries the grass for a third time in his career. He's racked up a lot of money running on dirt. He's made over $415,000 in total, $323,000 plus in dirt races. But the Kentucky Downs race was very good behind Wolfie's Dynagos and Ocean Atlantique, who he finished third to.
It was, and it felt like if he had a little bit more distance, he might have been right there. I have a lot of respect for Wolfie's Dynagos, and if you like Ocean Atlantique, which I do, in fact, is my top choice at 4-1, then I think you have to give some credit to Injunction, who right now is not getting much love at 8-1. He's been very consistent. He's reunited with Rafael Bejarano, and second start off the layoff can really improve and take a big step forward.
The 5-horse highest distinction is still the favorite, and Lindsey Schultz, his conditioner, told me in the paddock this is a tougher race than what he faced in the Grade 3 Baltimore-Washington Turf Cup. That was a field of just 4. She understands the step up that he needs to take, but she knew he was going to be a good horse after his runner-up finish behind Catnip, who we've talked about, who is a horse that certainly has stakes potential, and we've seen compete in and amongst stakes companies. So she's not surprised by the run that he's put on, and he's being well respected at odds of 5-2. 2 minutes to post. Race number 7 starts the late pick 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elm Tree, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Play Action Pass moves into line. Grace Fable into the starting gate. Here's Highest Distinction coming forward. Gray's Creek, the last to load at the post. And they're off. There's a credit from the inside, comes out for the lead. Beatbox is there in the center of the course, along with Injunction. Beatbox, Injunction, a credit back toward the inside, Play Action Pass, and then comes Fuerteventura. Moves up into the 4th position, Grace Fable. 5th on the outside, Play Action Pass, shuffled back into the 6th spot. Highest Distinction is 7th alongside of that one. Tis the Bomb is 8th. Hosier is between horses in 9th. Ocean Atlantique is wide in 10th around the first turn. 3 wide around the turn, headed to the back stretch. Further back, it is Gray's Creek, who is last of the group. 22.93 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. A Credit shows the way. A Credit leads at a length and a half. Injunction goes second by a length. Fuerteventura moves up the inside, third by 3/4 of a length. Gray's Fable is fourth to the far outside. Beatbox is fifth. In between horses, Highest Distinction is sixth and running 5 lengths from the lead. Ocean Atlantique is seventh on the outside of that one. Play Action Pass back toward the rail. Tis the Bomb. Hosier far outside, and Gray's Creek is last. It was 47.59 seconds for the first half mile. A Credit leads it by 3/4 of a length. Injunction second by a length. Gray's Fable wide on the turn. In third, Fuerteventura is to the inside and fourth. Beatbox between horses fifth. Ocean Atlantique is sixth on the outside and still sixth from the front. Quarter mile to go. A Credit to catch. Injunction is right off the leader's flank. Fuerteventura back toward the inside. Then Gray's Fable and Beatbox, Ocean Atlantique, Hosier, and Highest Distinction running late in the center of the course. It is a battle up front now as Injunction comes forward for the lead. A late charge from Beatbox and Highest Distinction. Injunction, Highest Distinction, Highest Distinction did it for Jairo Rendon.
What a run from Highest Distinction in this bigger field. He was mid-pack. He was in behind horses. He gets out in the clear, and he's got to run down Injunction, who runs one of the best races that we've seen from him as of late, and he's been a very good horse in his career. But from the clouds comes the 5 and keeps things rolling in his form. Highest Distinction, that's 4 victories in a row for this son of Point of Entry and trainer Lindsay Schultz.
Boy, Jairo Rendon timed it exactly right. What a beautiful performance as Highest Distinction gets up just at the wire. Injunction, a bit of a heartbreaker, but what a game performance as well. Rafael Bejarano's fan kind of forced to move to take advantage of the situation and could not quite withstand that late charge, but 2 horses giving their all to the wire.
Unofficial results: number 5, Highest Distinction, finished first. Number 11, Injunction, was second. A Dead Heat for Show. Number 1, A Credit. Number 10, Beatbox. Dead Heat for show. Into the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of race 7, the Elm Tree. Number 5, Highest Distinction, owned by Willow Lane Stable Incorporated, trained by Lindsay Schultz. Jairo Rendon, the jockey. Highest Distinction, 6-year-old gelded son of Point of Entry out of Honor Your Gift by Sightseeing. Bred in Kentucky by Willow Lane Stables. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed firm, 1 minute 40.95 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 5, 11, and then 1 and 10 in that Dead Heat for show. That result official, race 7. In the winner's circle, the Elm Tree Trophy presentation to the connections of highest distinction. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, doubled in pick 3 wagering, starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Main track is listed fast. Race 8 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the 8th race, scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Also scratch 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch 16, Lookster. Again, scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Scratch 15, Savannah Marie. And scratch 16, Lookster. A reminder, number 13, America's Vow, draws into the race. 14, Foreseen, also draws into the race. Featured 9th, the grade 3 Sycamore. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Also scratch 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten, and the 16, Beacon Hill. That's in the featured 9th race. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Scratch number 14, Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15, Britain's Kitten, and the 16, Beacon Hill. A reminder, number 13, Shoddy, 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 draws into the race. 13 will run. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Jump Master. Scratch the 2, Huey Attack. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Jump Master. Scratch the 2, Huey Attack. Jockey for the 8, Woke Up in Love, Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love. The jockey will be Jane Elliott. Carryover, Toyota Super High 5, $59,000.
Race number 8 starts the late pick 3, final pick 3 of the day here at Keeneland on this Friday. This is a group of 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th the distance, first wire finish, maiden special weight worth an even $100,000 in purse money up for grabs for these competitors and connections. And the number 9 horse, Intricate, is the favorite for Brendan Walsh. Drew Post won on debut sprinting. This is a totally different scenario for a multitude of reasons. First of all, it's a route race that she is bred to kick on and do much better with by Gun Runner. Also, anytime I see a 2-year-old that has debuted from post 1 and been shuffled back and just not had any early position, I'll give them a pass on that. That's not an easy place to start from, and I think that moving out to a longer distance really should move this really good-looking daughter of Gun Runner forward here today under Tyler Gaffleone.
Just getting a glimpse of her, Scott, I'm wishing I had put her on my ticket. She is beautiful. She's got the powerful hindquarters similar to her sire. She's the same color as her sire, but just a very, very sleek looking individual. I understand why she's 2-1 right now. I went to a little different direction, really, going to the 4 Genetics, but she has the pedigree at 7-2 currently. She's a half-sister to Victory, who's a Grade 1 winner on turf. Arthur's Ride is also a sibling who showed a lot of promise and was able to win going long on the dirt. Daughter of Tap It out of a nice mare, Points of Grace, who's by Point Given. So certainly there's some stamina influence there. She was 3rd on debut at Saratoga, going 7 furlongs at decent odds in what I thought was a pretty tough group, and she didn't get away from the gate well. The next start out, she ran into the likes of Alpine Princess. The 3rd place finisher in that race came back to win. Others in that race have run very well. But for me, it's the distance here to go along with the pedigree. I think it's going to be a completely different scenario with her, with the opportunity to settle in the early strides and save her best punch for last. She probably doesn't have to sit too far off the pace. Joel Rosario for Bill Mott. Right now, lot to like. 7-2. I wouldn't be surprised if that price comes down a little bit.
Yeah, I like her 3rd. My second choice in this race is Plumeria. She's 9-1 on the board right now. This is a filly by Curlin for Stone Street Thoroughbreds. They bred this filly, and she is very well related. She is a half-sister to a nice stakes runner and Vindictive, and a half-sister to the Grade 1 winner, Stop Charging Maria. They've run her twice on turf. She ran well in both of those efforts, but she's by Curlin and a half-sister to a Grade 1 winner on dirt. How many times have we seen the Curlin fillies come to the forefront? Just think back to the Jedmont Spinster just last weekend, the Curlin fillies in there, and Malathata even comes to mind, obviously, at the top of that heap of great Curlin fillies. So the surface change, to me, has to be noted, has to be respected with Plumeria in here, the 11 horse.
And that's her Hall of Fame trainer on the shank right now. She had a world of trouble in her debut at Ellis Park and then managed to finish 2nd despite it all, came back at Kentucky Downs, and I don't think it was her A game to go to the lead like that. She kind of ran flat at the end, but I think she's a lot better than that. I agree with you that she's going to improve on the dirt. She is among my top contenders as well. Very nice pedigree and good-looking individual, homebred for Stone Street and Plumeria. Right now, kind of attractive at 9-1. To round out my top, I went to the 6. That is Arigana's Pearl, another Curlin offspring. This one out of a Bernardini mare who's stretching out to the route. This angle for Graham Motion, 23% strike rate. He gets Flavian Pratt off a 2nd place finish at Delaware. The time was not fast, but for me, it was just the fact that she was competitive, and now she gets the opportunity to run long. I think you just kind of draw a line through the time, don't pay any attention to it, and just see what she can possibly do with 2 turns to work with. Showing some competitiveness right off the bat, I think, is always a really positive sign. And also going sprint to route Graham Motion, 30%.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race, scratch number 14, Foreseen. Late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race, scratch the 14, Foreseen, injured in the paddock. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mockmer Hall maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 3, Mother Freedom. Scratch the 5, Cowgirl Charm. Also scratch the 14, Foreseen, the 15, Savannah Marie, and the 16, Lookster. A reminder, number 13, America's Vow, draws into the race. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th and final race, a late jockey change in race 10. In the 10th race, number 9, Leader of Men, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 10th and final race, number 9, Leader of Men. Jockey will be Ricardo Santana Jr.
Here's a look at the number 2 horse, Enigmatic, for Gary and Mary West, a homebred for Gary and Mary West by their champion stallion, West Coast, 4th on debut. But we talked about this the other day, Caton, when it comes to Brad Cox runners and how they're bet. 4-1 or lower, they do very well, but that number comes down when they're above the 4-1 number, and obviously down even further when they're a bigger price. And this is kind of in that in-between spot right now for this Brad Cox runner.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that, to be quite honest. And I also don't know what to make of her in general, because she's really cranked up in the paddock, but she has settled down in the post parade since getting out onto the track. I think she could be the speed of the speed, and with that inside post position, she's going to be faster than the horse to her inside. But I also think there are other speed horses who could put pressure on her, so it might not be such a great thing, although she wouldn't surprise me to run them off their feet. She's by West Coast out of a Giants Causeway mare, and she certainly was destined for these longer distance races by virtue of the fact that Brad Cox sent her postward in her first start at a mile on the turf. He frequently does this turf to dirt move. So maiden second start, 29%, and the turf to dirt is a strong angle for him. Kind of mixed signals for me, but I do think she wouldn't shock me on the front.
Let's go to the number 9 horse next, Intricate, for Brendan Walsh. There she is without the pony, and Tyler Gaffalione just taking it all in as the wind blows during her warm-up here. She is still the favorite at odds of 5-2 on the stretch out here today off of a sprint debut.
Well, I chatted with Brendan Walsh a little about her and asked her because, to me, if you look at her physically, she looks like a sprint type, the type that could show some speed. And he said that he thought the same as well. But if you watch her last race and watch the gallop out, that would maybe give you some clues as to why she's stretching out here. And she's certainly bred for it by Gun Runner out of the Distorted Humor mare. She looked sensational. She's a beautiful filly. She's really well balanced. And she was doing everything right when she went by me.
Race 8, 1 minute's post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mockmer Hall. Moving into line, race 8. Ariana's Pearl and Amy Z move into line. Plumeria comes forward, along with Carrara. Remembering moves into the gate. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race, scratch number 2, Enigmatic. Late scratch, Keeneland's 8th race, scratch number 2, Enigmatic. Injured in the gate. Windows remain open. Field moving back into line for race 8. Carrara moves into line along with Amy Z. Grand Prairie Gal comes forward. And Plumeria. Remembering moves into line. America's Vow, the last one. Goes in. First wire, they are at the post. And they are off. Ariana's Pearl, and she's a rodeo queen from the inside. Carrara joins them from between horses, followed by Intricate and Amy Z as they head for the first turn. She's a rodeo queen. Against the rail has the early lead. Carrara right there. Amy Z out in the center of the track moves up wide, but into third now within a length and a half of the lead. It is followed by Ariana's Pearl, who's down to the inside in fourth. Intricate is 3 wide, now double wide in fifth position. Genetics in some close quarters, had to check there in some traffic. Plumeria is wide in seventh off the first turn, headed up the back stretch. Then America's Vow in eighth, Remembering ninth, and Grand Prairie Gal is last of the 10, opening quarter in 24.14 seconds. She's a rodeo queen, leading Carrara by a half length. Amy Z to the far outside is third, a length and a half off the lead. Ariana's Pearl fourth by a neck, just to the inside of Intricate. Plumeria far outside. Here's Genetics looking for some running room toward the rail. Now starts to move up into the sixth position, still 3 lengths off the lead. Looks for more running room from there. Then Remembering back toward the outside, 50.31, the time for the first half mile. She's a rodeo queen as the leader on the far turn by a neck. Carrara goes second, Amy Z third, Genetics in fourth. Intricate is 3 wide in the fifth position. Ariana's Pearl is there, moving up 1 spot from sixth. In between horses, the leaders are at the quarter pole. She's a rodeo queen, Carrara, side by side for the lead. Genetics looking for some room, drops back, has to check, looking for room again toward the inside, toward the outside, can't find it. In the meantime, Intricate's running by with cleared sailing for the lead. It is Intricate moving by for the advantage final furlong. Further back, Carrara in the second position. Then a gap of 7 back to Plumeria, no catching. Intricate, Tyler Gaffalione. Intricate, the winner. Carrara was home in second. Genetics managed to come back up the rail for third.
Well, she sat about a 3-wide trip throughout and got herself out in the clear late in this race with Tyler Gaffalione. And once she laid it down, she had some fillies that were out there in front of her setting the pace, including the number 7 horse. And in the end, it's Intricate, a dominant win in her first time around 2 turns, the daughter of Gunrunner.
Give her some credit, as it was a pretty soft, slow pace early that she was able to close into and close impressively. I will say she didn't have a stone in her path, whereas that wasn't the case for the 4 Genetics. Every time she tried to move, it seemed as if the hole closed up. The 7 Carrera was always game, always chasing that early pace, but no match for the winner. Very impressive, dominant performance from the daughter of Gunrunner.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 9, Intricate, finished first. Number 7, Carrara, second. Number 4, Genetics, third. Number 10, Amy Z, fourth. 9-7-4-10 unofficial. Results of race 8 official. 9-7-4-10, the official results into the winner's circle for the 8th, the Mockmer Hall. The official winner, number 9, Intricate, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, Scott Estes and Cameron Equine LLC of Tim and Anna Cameron, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Intricate, a 2-year-old filly by Gunrunner, out of Complex Analysis by Distorted Humor, winner bred in Kentucky by LBD Stable LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 47.33 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mockmer Hall trophy presentation to the connections of Intricate. Keeneland's featured 9th upcoming 29th running of the Sycamore Grade 3. The turf is listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles in this 9th race. A reminder, scratch the 12 Foreign Relations. Also scratch the 14 Me and Mr. C. Scratch the 15 Britain's Kitten and the 16 Beacon Hill. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13 Shoddy 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 will run. 10th and final event, scratch the 1 Jump Master and scratch the 2 Huey Attack. 10th and final race, scratch 1 Jump Master and scratch the 2 Huey Attack. Jockey change for the 8, Woke Up in Love. It'll be Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love, the jockey Jane Elliott. And the 9, Leader of Men, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 9, Leader of Men, Ricardo Santana Jr. $59,000 carryover for the Toyota Super High Five.
So many layers to the featured race today. Grade 3 Sycamore, on top of it being a 1.5 mile race, one of the longer distance races that you'll encounter in North American racing. And Red Knight is the current favorite at 5-2. He's been so consistent and good for so many years. He won this race 3 years ago in 2020. And at the age of 9, he's the current 5-2 favorite. He won the Grade 1 Man of War earlier this spring up in New York. He hasn't run bad in his last 3 starts, and he comes back to Keeneland looking for another Sycamore success 3 years removed.
Well, you can see him. He's a little feisty. He's kind of a grumpy old man at the age of 9, but still going strong, coming off that 4th place finish. He was beaten just a couple of lengths as the beaten favorite. I just don't think he enjoyed Kentucky Downs on the day. Before that, ran a closing 3rd at the United Nations to his stablemate. You have to go back to the spring at Belmont Park in the Grade 1 Man of War, but it was a Grade 1, and he did it with ease. So we know the talent is there, and he is a horse that on his best day can show up in a big way, has a great record over the course. I used him, but his game has come from off the pace, and I do think this course is favoring horses who are just a little bit more tactical. I went to his stablemate, the 4 Therapist, and I'm really surprised about the discrepancy in odds. I understand why Red Knight is favored, but 10-1 seems awfully high for a horse who beat the favorite in the United Nations the last time they tangled. Now, Therapist is 1 for 3 at the distance, has never raced at Keeneland, and also is a horse that does his best running late, but I think he is more tactical. I do think, depending on how this race shapes up, that he can sit more toward the first tier of horses, whereas I suspect Red Knight will be in the back tier of horses. Either way, I think Mike Maker has an awfully strong hand, and I do like the way Therapist looks in the paddock. He looks very bright. You see his ears forward, nice shine to his coat, nice roundness about his overall appearance.
The 5-horse Tawny Port, he's been refocused as a turf horse as of late. This is a runner that we saw last year in the spring of 2022 take the Stone Street Lexington, and then he ran to the Kentucky Derby, won the Ohio Derby, and now moving over to the Christophe Clement barn, they have kept him on grass for 3 consecutive runs. He's got speed. It's a matter of whether he can see out the trip and hold off these very seasoned older horses, but if Rosario can put the slip on them, I think that he's a danger from post position number 5.
And I went to Bold Act at 3-1, currently the second choice. First time in the United States for this Charlie Appleby shipper. He's been knocking on the door in Group 3s and Group 2s, and that certainly is a cut below our Grade 1s, but it's probably equal to our Grade 3s here in the United States. Distance should be no problem at all. He's run very well at distances from 1 mile to 1.5 miles. His last race was against tough horses, although he was the favorite and he kind of didn't show up. The ground was soft. It's hard to know what to make of that particular effort. I do think his best is good enough to win in here. It's a question of whether or not you think he's going to fire his best shot here with Jamie Spencer at the end of a somewhat longer campaign.
Red Run, the number 10 horse, they moved him onto grass, back onto grass last time out, added blinkers as well, and he responded with a very good effort that day. And he was running some very big races prior to that on dirt, earning big speed figures. He's 2 for 7 lifetime on turf. Colt by Gunrunner from a tap at First Dam, one of the most successful crosses in recent new stallions that we've had in the game. Now, we've had several generations of Gunrunner, as we know, but boy, did they really hit it off with this cross, Gunrunner and Tappet. And he's one I think that can take a step forward here today. He's a youngster. He's 4 against these 9-year-olds. It's going to take a big-time run from him, but I do think that he's got it in him, whether it's today or on down the line. He's 20-1 on the board right now. The Grade 3 Sycamore, our featured event, comes up next. 1.5 miles on the turf course, and Red Knight, the favorite and the winner of this race back in 2020, 3 years ago, is the current 5-2 favorite.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 29th running of the Sycamore Stakes, Grade 3, 3-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles on the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 12, Foreign Relations. Also scratch the 14, Me and Mr. C, the 15, Britain's Kitten, and the 16, Beacon Hill. A reminder, number 13, Shoddy draws into the race. 13 will run. Post time, 3 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1 is Highest Honors, owned by W.S. Farish, trained by Chad Brown. The jockey, Flavian Pratt. 2, Red Knight, owned by Trinity Farm of Thomas Egan, trained by Mike Maker. The jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. 3, Bold Act, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby. The jockey, Jamie Spencer. 4, Therapist, owned by Michael Dubb, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Luis Saez. 5, Tawny Port, owned by Peachtree Stable of John Fort, trained by Christophe Clement, jockey Joel Rosario. 6, Cellist, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, the trainer Rusty Arnold, the jockey Martin Garcia. 7, Channel Maker, owned by the Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, Gary Barber, R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Florent Giroux. Number 8, Kiddo Dan, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, Douglas Miller, William Wargle, trained by Eric Foster, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 9, Another Mystery, owned by Team Block of David Block, trained by Chris Block, the jockey Jareth Loveberry. 10, Red Run, owned by Jordan Wyckoff and trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 11, Limited Liability, owned by Stuart S. Janney III, trained by Shug McGahee, the jockey John Velasquez. And completing the field is number 13, Shoddy, owned by Lawrence and Jennifer Goichman, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Julien Leperoux. Post time, 2 minutes away.
They are quickly warming up for race number 9, our featured event, the Grade 3 Sycamore Stakes. 1 minute to post and Highest Honors. He's 7, but they have picked their spots precisely over the course of his career. This is only start 20 of this 7-year-old's career. He's made over $450,000, third in this race last fall here at Keeneland, and he really represents the Farish family well. And Mr. Farish, he's by Tappet out of a Dixieland band first dam and carrying the green and gold of Mr. Farish. Good luck to them and a horse that has a shot in here.
For what it's worth, he was a really happy horse in the paddock and out on the racetrack, warming up beautifully. You've got a great team of Chad Brown and Flavian Pratt to win with frequency. And it's worth noting that in his most recent start, which was back in July, there was a mishap in the race, and it definitely compromised Highest Honors' true run. He hasn't won in a little while, but he's lightly raced this year, and it would not shock me at all to see him come flying late. If his body language is any indication, he's going to run one of his better races.
Channel Maker, speaking of body language, he'll have his head high. We see it. That's his running style. He can't be the easiest horse to ride, but those that have ridden him over the course of their career have been part of the $3.9 million that he has made. There have been times where it looks like he's got nothing left in the tank, but then he comes back. You have to respect him, given all of the success that he's had throughout his career.
He's dappled from head to toe. He looks proud out on the track, and he likes Keeneland. He's run some of its better races here. He's very effective at this 1.5 mile distance. He faltered badly in Grade 1 company, but the start before in Grade 2, he was right there on the front every step of the way. I think all things being considered, this course favors horses close to the pace, and I think Channel Maker can take advantage of that. He's a classy horse, and I think he could be fun to watch in here.
They are on the turf course getting ready to load. Keep in mind, this is a 3-turn event at 1.5 miles. The 11 limited liability right now sitting at odds of 5-1, getting him to respect from the outside
He's
post.
undefeated in 2 tries at Keeneland, a true horse for course, and looked exceptional. Comes off the layoff. If you like Therapist at all, and I do, then you have to respect limited liability. He was right behind him in that one. I think he's very live in here, though he does have a tricky outside post to contend with, but 5-1 seems very fair for Johnny Velasquez and Hall of Famer Shug McGahee.
What a great renewal of the Sycamore Stakes. Grade 3 event. Good luck. Our feature at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 29th running of the Sycamore Stakes, Grade 3. Moving into line for the featured 9th. Tawny Port goes in along with Red Run. Cellist comes forward. Limited Liability moves into line. Shoddy, the last one. Moves in, they're at the post. They're off in the Sycamore. There goes Channel Maker along with Cellist. Red Run on their outside. Tawny Port up close in the opening strides as well. Cellist moves forward. A lane off the rail onto the far turn has the lead. Channel Maker toward the outside second. Tawny Port against the rail in third. Red Run a lane off the rail for the move around the far turn in fourth. Highest Honors back to the inside fifth. Limited Liability swings up 3 wide into sixth. Around the outside of Bold Act between horses in seventh. Therapist eighth back toward the inside. Kiddo Dan flanks that one in ninth. Red Knight unhurried near the back of the pack early on in 10th. Another Mystery is in 11th. And Shoddy, last of the 12. Cellist guides the field through the stretch for the first time. 24.93 seconds for the opening quarter. Channel Maker is second toward the outside. Tawny Port back toward the inside, third a length. Then Red Run, Highest Honors, Limited Liability, Bold Act, Therapist, Kiddo Dan. And then Red Knight still near the back of the pack. 9 lengths off the lead. A circuit to go here in the Sycamore. Another Mystery next to last. And Shoddy at the back. 50.39 seconds was the time for the first half mile. It is Cellist who shows the way. Cellist leads it by a length. Channel Maker outward from the rail on the turn in the second position. Tawny Port back to the inside in third. And then Red Run stalking the pace from the fourth spot, fourth by 3/4 of a length. Highest Honors, fifth back toward the inside. Limited Liability is traveling toward the outside in sixth. running 6 lengths off the lead. And then comes Therapist. Bold Act is back toward the inside, 8 lengths from the front, midpoint of the back stretch. And then Kiddo Dan. Red Knight has running to do as they go to the far turn, nearly a dozen lengths from the front. Another mystery, Shoddy at the back, 6 furlongs, 1 minute 15.16. Cellist and Channelmaker, 1-2, separated by a half length onto the final turn here, as Tawny Port is third by a half length. Red Run is fourth. Highest Honors is fifth. Limited Liability and Bold Act. Bold Act is still 8 from the front. Likewise for Therapist as they turn for home, and Cellist is still the leader. Cellist leading Channelmaker by 2, and then Tawny Port. Red Run, Highest Honors. Limited Liability comes next. Therapist toward the outside. Red Knight is in the center of the course, still 8 lengths from the lead. It is Cellist chased by Red Run. Tawny Port to the inside. Limited Liability. Red Knight still has a lot of work to do to catch Cellist, who's got the lead a deep stretch. Red Run, Bold Act. Bold Act. Bold Act getting through. Bold Act coming after Cellist. Bold Act. Jamie Spencer to win the Sycamore.
Well, Bold Act rallying from off the pace in the Godolphin Blue. The youngster in and amongst this veteran seasoned group, able to weave his way through the victory under Jamie Spencer. Cellist was game. They put him on the lead. He slowed things down. He had something left in the tank, but not enough to hold off Bold Act.
Huge late kick from Bold Act, and Jamie Spencer, the invader, coming away with all the riches. But boys, Cellist is awful game in defeat there. A bit of a heartbreaker as he hung in so tough. 3, 6, 11, 10.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth. Number 3, Bold Act, was first. Number 6, Cellist, was second. Number 11, Limited Liability, third. Number 10, Red Run, was fourth. 3, 6, 11, 10 unofficial. The time for the mile and a half over the firm turf, 2 minutes 28.08 seconds, a stakes record. Results of Keeneland's featured ninth race official. 3-6-11-10, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured ninth, the 29th running of the Sycamore Stakes Grade 3. Number 3, Bold Act, owned by Godolphin LLC of Muhammad Al Maktoum and others, trained by Charlie Appleby, the jockey Jamie Spencer. Bold Act, a 3-year-old gelded son of New Approach out of Dancing Sands by Dubawi, bred in Ireland by Godolphin. Mile and a half over the firm turf, 2 minutes 28.08 seconds, a stakes record. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 3 Sycamore, representing Anthem, Mr. Kevin Kide, Regional Vice President of Kentucky Sales, presents the trophy to the connections of Bold Act.
Bold Act and Jamie Spencer for Godolphin. Brilliant late. They slowed the pace down. You were back behind horses. Did you realize the slow pace that was established out in front of you by Cellist?
Yeah, because my horse got a bit strong going to the winning post first time. I ended up just having to take my medicine, get him down to the fence and get him to relax. And then, you know, from the half-mile pole, you're gambling, you know. You're gambling on, you're going through the gears, but you're hoping the gaps will open. And like, I got lucky down the straight, and I don't normally punch the air off the line, but I knew I got lucky. So, and the horse got me out of trouble, and good team effort from everyone to get him here.
Congratulations. I know you got a flight to catch. Well done on picking up a stakes win here at Keeneland, Jamie.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Jamie Spencer taking the Grade 3 Sycamore in brilliant style for Godolphin.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming with that $59,352 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is fast. A reminder, scratch the 1 Jump Master and scratch the 2 Huey Attack. Again, scratch the 1 Jump Master and scratch the 2 Huey Attack. The jockey for the 8, Woke Up in Love. That'll be Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love. The jockey, Jane Elliott. Jockey for the 9, Leader of Men, Ricardo Santana Jr. 9, Leader of Men, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr.
Race number 10, our 10th and final. Race number 10 features a field of now 9 runners with the scratch of the 1 and 2. The 3 now draws the rail with those 2 scratches. Here's the number 6 horse, Emerald Express, the current lukewarm favorite in and amongst this group. Emerald Express for Luis Ramirez comes out of a better race at Churchill Downs, He was a winner 3 starts back at Churchill off the pace, and I think that the class relief that he gains here today will be a big plus for him, and certainly doesn't hurt to have Luis Saez soon to be in the saddle.
Yeah, Saez is looking for his 3rd winner of the day. This is a big class drop, and he is currently the lukewarm favorite at 3-1, just slightly over the 10. I went to the 5 Nepotism, who's 6-1 for Steve Asmussen off a pair of 3rd-place finishes. This one, as opposed to Emerald Express, is not stepping down in class. He was claimed for 25,000, ran a solid 3rd against 25,000, then dropped to 20, beaten, claiming the same level he runs today. The key is Keeneland. He's 2 for 2 over this track. He also can sit that kind of stalking trip that's been somewhat productive. 6.5 furlongs, I think, will suit him better than the 6. And Keith Asmussen riding for his father, Steve, is maybe a little bit of a hunch play when you have a horse named Nepotism.
That's right. And he's got a big chance here, Keith James does, in the saddle for his father. Let's go to the number 10 runner. That is Palace Kitten. There's a look at Palace Kitten right now, just waiting to come out of those all-weather stalls. Runner that was last seen on dirt 2 starts back. They tried him in a race that I just don't know that it figured for him, given that it was a 1.125 turf event. So he's back into a much more suitable setup situation, race distance, however you want to phrase it. And I think that he can definitely take advantage of that today. And the handicappers are responding. He's 7-2 on the board right now.
Now I've got a price shot toward the outside in my 2nd position. That is the 11 Mitres por Ciento at 6-1 off the layoff. 2nd most recently in the mud for $20,000. Now that is a wide open $20,000 claimer at Aqueduct and ran really well. The 8-year-old showed some speed, got a little late and was beaten half a length for all of it as the beaten favorite. But if he's loose on the lead, he's really tough, and he has been super effective at the 6.5 furlong distance. I think the outside post is a great spot for him.
Race number 10, 11 minutes to post. Before I let it get past me, just recapping the Sycamore Stakes. Jamie Spencer, a man who's had so much success worldwide in the biggest races overseas as well as stateside. I want to congratulate him on his first ever win at Keeneland Racecourse. He just did so in the Grade 3 Sycamore and did so in dramatic fashion. So congratulations. Great to have Jamie Spencer here as he picked up his first win at Keeneland, and that first win coming in the Grade 3 Sycamore just moments back aboard Boldak for Charlie Appleby. But one more betting opportunity in front of us, and don't forget about the Super High Five with that carryover coming into today of nearly $60,000. The Toyota Super High Five in play here in race number 10 with this 9-horse field. Take your swing, pick the first 5 in correct order, and you'll come away with a nice payoff with the Toyota Super High Five, especially with the carryover coming into this afternoon. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. $20,000 the claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1 Jump Master. Scratch the 2 Huey Attack. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Woke Up in Love, Jane Elliott. Number 8, Woke Up in Love, the jockey, Jane Elliott. And the jockey for the 9, Leader of Men, Ricardo Santana Jr. Ricardo Santana Jr. rides the 9, Leader of Men. Carryover, just over $59,000 for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time of 3 minutes.
Well, just a couple minutes to post for the nightcap after a very exciting day of racing. One more $20,000 claimer left in the 6, Emerald Express, the current favorite, second start off the layoff. But the 5, Nepotism, really made an appearance in the paddock, well turned out, really attractive horse who has run well against batter and is undefeated in 2 starts here. As far as looks are concerned, I had to give him top marks. And the price is right now. Nepotism looking to give Steve Asmussen his second winner of the afternoon. After that, the 10, Palace Kitten, was really sharp, big, strong, strapping son of Kitten's Joy, 7 years of age, but in the winner's circle for $32,000 at Ellis back in June. Certainly a little bit easier competition here in racing off the claim for Robertino Diodoro, who is 21% off the claim. This one looks good and also very, very sharp with the outside post position draw and that early speed. He could be one to really watch here in this last race. Call to post. They'll be lining up shortly. Big way to end an incredible day of racing here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. Moving into line, race 10. Leader of men. Into the gate. Nepotism moves into line. Palace Kitten comes forward. Emerald Express. Meet Trace Porciento, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Meet Trace Porciento and Palace Kitten with early speed. Palace Kitten, meet Trace Porciento. Emerald Express is there, ready to roll, and Tiger Dad. Tiger Dad kicks in against the rail. Tiger Dad up for the lead. Emerald Express will go second, ready to roll third. Meet Trace Porciento fourth. Here's Nepotism moving up close against the rail, fifth to fourth to third. A length and a half off the lead. Further back, Palace Kitten settles back into the sixth position. And then Herd Immunity is seventh. Down to the inside of Woke Up in Love, who is eighth, and Leader of Men, last of nine, 23.04 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Tiger Dad, the leader. Tiger Dad leads it by 2. Nepotism second ahead. Emerald Express is third ahead. And Meet Trace Porciento moves up 3 wide around the turn, now to challenge from fourth for that second position. Palace Kitten seeking to come off the rail fifth, 7 lengths from the lead, just over a quarter mile to come, then ready to roll. They turn for home. Tiger Dad, the leader. Tiger Dad leads it by 3 lengths. Palace Kitten takes aim, but second up on the outside, coming to the 8th pole. Nepotism back toward the rail. Leader of Men is getting unwound to the far outside, but is still 5 lengths off the lead. And fourth, Palace Kitten right alongside of Tiger Dad. Leader of Men, then Nepotism. Palace Kitten, Tiger Dad together past the 16th pole. Tiger Dad and Palace Kitten. Palace Kitten and Tiger Dad. They will slug it out all the way to the line. A head-bobbing photo for the win. Either Tiger Dad or Palace Kitten for the top spot. Then Nepotism, Leader of Men, and Herd Immunity.
Well, there's no certainty who won, but I can certainly tell you that Robertino Diodoro took the nightcap, because these are 2 horses trained by Robertino, and it's the 3 Tiger Dad digging back in after his stablemate draws alongside of him, the number 10 horse Palace Kitten.
Yeah, Christian Torres on the inside and Tyler Gaffleone on the outside. Tiger Dad doing all the heavy lifting early and hanging in tough, but boy, Palace Kitten getting to him with each stride. I thought Tiger Dad might have held the advantage at the very end, but it is a close one.
Here's another look at it from the wire cam as they come down to the wire. Inside, outside, perhaps inside from that look, and we'll go above with that above shot that always seems to give us our best look. Here is a look at it outside to the 10 Palace Kitten. Tiger Dad, both with the nasal strips, big white shadow roll on Tiger Dad. It does look like the 3 got the best of the bobs, but the hands, it is in the hands of the placing judges for the 10th and final here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. In the photo, number 3, Tiger Dad finished first. Number 10, Palace Kitten was second. Number 9, Leader of Men, third. Number 5, Nepotism, fourth. Number 4, Herd Immunity, fifth. 3:10.954, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Tiger Dad, owned by Rosette Ranch LLC of Wyatt Rosette, trained by Robertino Diodoro, the jockey Christian Torres. Tiger Dad, a 7-year-old gelded son of Smiling Tiger out of QT Shea by Unusual Heat. Bred in California by Mark Devereaux, Scott Gross, and Mark Gross. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 18.67 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official, 3:10.954. The official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryovers for tomorrow's card. Everything resets, and we come back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting until approximately 30 minutes after Keeneland's final race. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.